start. We've got a quorum, so I think we'll get underway. And warm welcome and happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Welcome particularly to our members of the public who are here, our local board representatives who are here, our staff, and of course all of us. Now we've got apologies from IMSB member Brown, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Hills, Councillor Stewart, IMSB member Wilcox, and Councillor Darby for lateness, and Mayor Phil for early departure. So I'm happy to move those. Councillor Filipaina will second. Anything else anyone needs to add to that? Nope. Lovely, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, aye. Carried. Any declarations of interest? Oh, Councillor Hills.
And
you weren't here and now you are.
So we went to a meeting. We're running.
Sure, well done. We'll unapologise you. And Councillor Poe. Declaration of interest?
Yeah, item 9.
Oh, of course. Yep, that's all good. And any others? Oh. So we'll note that. Thank you. Moving on to our confirmation of the minutes. I'm happy to move the minutes if there's someone who would like to second that. Thank you, Councillor Newman. Any comments? Nope, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Petitions, there are none. Public input, we do have public input, and I'll just explain how it's going to work. So for the Defoe project, we've got the Environmental Trust who are here, but I'm actually going to ask them to speak at the beginning of the report, which is right at the beginning anyway. We've got the Residents and Ratepayers Association from Riverhead who want to speak on the acquisition of open space. We'll get them to speak at the beginning of the confidential item. And the same with the Rodney local board. It makes much more sense, in my view, to speak just prior to the item. We've got public input from Hannah Blackmore, who we all know well, and Hannah's asked to speak on and focused on the development of the weed group. And I've accepted Hannah's request to speak. Hannah's always welcome to speak to us. We haven't had any other requests that haven't been able to be accommodated by other committees, as I understand it. Hey Tam, we've managed to, people have gone off and spoken to other committees. So I'll invite Hannah to join us, and warm welcome, Hannah. Just while you're making your way up, members, you might like to just, have we handed out we're just printing off, because obviously we've got the item coming up on the setting up of our weed group, and we just thought it would be useful to have a little one-pager which just reminds people what kind of work the weed group will do, and also just explain some of the work that's already underway. I know there's a lot of interest in this issue. There's been a lot of discussion and an awful lot of emails going around. So Hannah, 5 minutes, all yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so and thank you very much for following through on the recommendations of the unprecedented September meeting last year of the RSP committee, where concerns expressed by the community about chemical use in public places were perhaps fully heard and appreciated for the first time. So, as noted in the memo at Agenda 23 today, thank you for getting this political advisory group up and running so promptly. We desperately need to see some progress on getting the weed management policy properly implemented, and this advisory group has, I believe, a vital and pivotal part to play. I recognise this is an information-only item, but I would be very grateful if you in the committee would consider some suggested amendments that I believe are critically important. Firstly, I would ask that the group be reconvened as envisioned in the actual policy as a governance group, and I quote in full from the 2013 policy. Action 4A, form a governance group which will oversee the implementation and delivery of the weed management policy, This group will comprise of representatives from the governing body, local boards, council, key staff, mana whenua, and potentially relevant external parties to ensure robust decision-making which takes account of both community and technical considerations. Composition of the governance group and its exact functions will be determined by the governing body. The governance group will meet at least twice annually and will audit the performance of both the weed management policy and all relevant operational programs. This, as described, I would suggest is not a political group. It is, as it says, a governance group. There is, I believe, a difference, and not just one of perception. That it became a political group arose from the decisions made by both staff who wanted to delegate this function to the RSP committee, and Councillor George Woods as chair of the RSP, who instead decided he wanted a political advisory group similar to the one established for the Whenua project. I believe that given the serious workload this Environment Committee now faces, that the establishment of a properly constituted governance group, as described in the policy, would be hugely advantageous. So my second request is that to make this group work, I would ask that the governance group is not an internal advisory group as currently, but as a forum-style body with fully published agendas and minutes, and of vital importance that is open to the public. This would, I believe, remove considerable pressure from the governing body committees by giving access for the community at a lower decision-making level to not only the information reports and deliberations around the implementation of the weed policy and the operational programs, but the ability to input into the process via submissions, public forums and deputations. I have taken note here of the fact that Action 4 of the policy implementation notes that the governance group is there to ensure robust decision-making, which takes account of both community and technical considerations. And it is indeed the community that needs to be considered here. Ever since the policy was adopted nearly 4 years ago, the community has been effectively shut out of the process. The in-depth engagement and involvement of everyone from individuals to local boards and environmental and community organisations, etc., which ensured it was our policy, Auckland's policy, is now considered of no relevance. But as all councillors here can testify, the community is more than engaged and needs to participate, be listened to and heard, and the terms of reference for this governance group could determine that this could happen in a proactive, positive, and a welcoming way. And noting again that under Action 4A, the composition of the governance group and its exact functions will be determined by the governing body. This falls well within your remit to consider and action. Thirdly and finally, I have some real concerns that I hope you can address under the same action above. Notably, that the composition of the group, as advised in this memo, is far too unbalanced and unrepresentative for the important work it is supposed to perform in this critical year. Not one of the appointed councillors in the group was on the previous advisory group, and local boards have been reduced from 10 members to 2. The need for continuity in this issue would say this is a really bad idea, especially as it would be a question of extensive catch-up for new members on the history of what has happened, why it has happened, and what is going to happen in the very near future, that will require members to understand complex technical issues, as well as knowledge and understanding of the community views. So please consider these amendments, and thank you for slotting me in today, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Hannah. So we'll take a couple of questions, and I've got Councillor Walker. So just a little bit of wider context, councillors. Councillor Walker, Councillor Casey. The local board forum met yesterday. They asked that they have an equal number of local board members. We have 6 councillors. They would like 6 local board members. Councillor Filipaina and I and the Mayor discussed that, and we've agreed that makes absolute sense. I can't see that anyone would have a problem with that. So that you know, we can tick that off. We've also, as I say, put, hopefully, we handed out this as well. On your desks, you'll see the governance, monitoring, research and reporting portion of the old, or of the policy, and that's what we're actually using to set this up. So we'll debate when it comes to the item, the issues that Hannah has raised for us, but we'll just take a couple of questions of clarification. Councillor Walker.
Sure. Just for context, I led out the weed management policy with Councillor Coney in a previous term of council. I certainly wasn't familiar with this item or the appointment, and nobody spoke with me about it. Having said that, I'll probably raise some issues around that later. My question is, particularly given the point that you note around 4A, where it mentions decision-making taking account of both community and technical considerations, and the incorporation of potentially relevant external parties. You're involved with a group that's got an outstanding interest in this area that I understand comprises various people from the community. Are you interested in interacting perhaps with this particular group so that we've got some community representation?
Yes, always. I mean, there are some people who are probably better qualified, but then I'm usually, having retired, I'm usually the only one that's actually available. So yes, I would be interested if that was considered.
And the other question I've got is that it mentions here that this group would meet at least twice annually. Quite obviously, you've got the issue of auditing the weed management policy, and I'm assuming that involves assessing the amount of chemicals that are being used, the type of chemicals, where those chemicals are being used in both the road corridor space and particularly the park space. Do you think that a couple of meetings a year is adequate to oversee the implementation of the policy?
Obviously, that's up to the committee to decide. It says a minimum of twice a year, but I think that if the governance group had been convened immediately after the passing of the weed management policy in 2013, that would probably have been sufficient meeting times, twice, maybe 3 times a year. But unfortunately, what's happened is that these groups were not formed until 2 years after the policy had been passed. Therefore, a lot of work has been done, and I think because it is a critical year, the budgeting and the long-term plan that needs to be faced, I think it's probably going to be needing to initially meet frequently until they've got a handle on what needs to be done.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walker. And as I say, we can go into that when we get into the item. Councillor Casey.
I just heard Hannah's call for the group to be heard in public, and I just wondered if there was any reason why it couldn't be.
Yeah, I think, and again, we'll go into this when we get to the item. Let's remember what this is. This is our opportunity to discuss these issues. We've got the technical group who are set up, who do the technical work, of which Muriel Watts is a member. All of the issues then come to this committee, which has agendas, reports, publicly available, and are debated in public. So this is the place where people come and talk to us, as Hannah's done. We just need to be, and we'll talk about this at the item, we just need to be cautious of duplicating and replicating our processes here. I'd rather we did everything publicly at these meetings. So Hannah, thank you. We've taken the questions of clarification. We'll debate this at the item. Thank you.
It's just an information item, of course.
Sorry, thank you, councillors.
Indeed. Thank you, Hannah. I'd like to move that we thank
Happy to second.
Hannah for her input, and seconded by Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. So we move on to extraordinary business. There is none. No notices of motion. And we're on to the FO Coastal Walkway Environmental Trust MOU review. So I'd like to invite Iris and your team to tell us your thoughts. And just while the team make their way up, I just want to acknowledge Iris Donoghue. I think most people here know Iris, but Iris was the driving force behind setting up many community organisations, including Eco Matters Trust, and she's responsible for the community partnership way that we deal with graffiti now in the Auckland region. It was Iris who actually was almost 20 odd years ago started those community partnerships that got recidivist taggers out there painting out graffiti. So we owe, as a region, Iris a debt of gratitude. Thank you. Iris, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr Mayor and councillors. And thank you for the opportunity of coming here to talk to you about our very exciting project. I would like to acknowledge also that we have two of our board members from the local boards. From the Henderson Massey local board we have Peter Chan. From the Faux local board we have Derek Battersby. And on my right hand side we have Tony Miguel, who is the Deputy Chair of the Trust. And to my left we have Jackie Bird, our amazing project manager, and May Sward. So firstly, we'd like to thank Council and this committee, the Faux and the Henderson Massey local boards, and Council staff for the support we have received to date. The Faux Coastal Walkway is in a transformational project that will create a 13-kilometre walkway and cycleway linking Green Bay, Newlyn, Kelston, Glendine and Te Atatu in various stages over the next 5 years, at an estimated cost of between $60 to $70 million, delivered as a council community partnership. It also aims to connect people with the Faux River environment, contribute to restoring this environment, and open up additional recreational activities. The Faux Coastal Walkway Environmental Trust has already raised nearly $1.5 million since March 2015, through its links with the local Trust Community Foundation. And this, together with council and the local board funding, has enabled the construction of the first stage, comprising nearly 2 kilometres at McLeod Park, Archibald Park, Ken Maunder and Olympic Park. There is already positive feedback from the local communities confirming that these walkways are being widely used and appreciated by the community. In partnership with iwi, Auckland Council and Auckland Transport, we're now undertaking the scheme assessment in consultation with the local communities. Once this work is completed, it will be possible to approach the NZTA to seek a funding contribution. We express our ongoing support for the MOU and hope that you will as a council too, and that council provides a framework for our relationship. We are now entering a very critical phase of this project, and we seek council and local board ongoing support as part of the Greenways plan and walking and cycling program through the annual plan, the local board plans and the long-term council community planning processes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Iris. And although this is a very straightforward machinery recommendation, just to tidy up the memorandum of understanding, I'm happy to take a couple of questions if people have them, and I'm going to add a third recommendation that we report back on the Faux Coastal Walkway in May to chart the progress of this important project. Some words that Tam and I will work out along those lines. So any questions, members? Councillor Casey.
Fabulous project, Iris. Can I just ask where the two documents are that are meant to be attached to the agenda? That's.
Be in the addendum, I think.
I didn't see.
I think electronically they're there.
Yeah, there.
Have we got a hard copy for the?
I can't even see them electronically, to be fair, so I was going to ask the same question.
Ah, okay.
So we've got a number of extra, but it's not there.
So that one's not there. We do have an awful lot of electronic attachments, and that is hard. One which is 200 pages. It's a challenging one. So let's check, Councillor Casey, and we can get back to you.
For a big one, you can just leave it on the 26th floor for us to look at.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to look at a little bit of halfway stuff, at least, maybe one copy that people can peruse, because some of it is a little bit challenging electronically. Any other questions for the team? Okay, so Tam, do we have, I think, and we'll expand out. So by Progress on the Coastal Walkway gives us an opportunity to look at the linkages between this project and other transport projects. It gives us an opportunity to understand the funding for this project, and it also allows us to look at some of the linkages to our critical biodiversity and healthy waters projects that link in with this as well. It's one of those magic projects, as Councillor Casey says, that touches a whole lot of the good things that our city's trying to do. Councillor Simpson.
Just a suggestion, Madam Chair, for C, report back on the progress. Do you want to say financial and...
I was treading a little bit carefully because there's kind of a little wall between what we're allowed, even though it's a project that fits very neatly in this committee. We can't ask for financial reports because they need to go to the finance committee, which then kind of tears it apart from the wider considerations here. So good spotting, Councillor Simpson. I was being fluid.
It just seems silly to
So
double up.
if we can just park that, we'll work out the complexity of the committee reporting, which is still a bit messy. Councillor Casey, was that? Oh no, you're doing your computer. All right. Any other issues people wish to raise? I will move those. Is there a seconder? Councillor Filipaina, and I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And warmly thank this extraordinary team of people who are doing this on a voluntary basis and transforming a critical part of our city. So thank you warmly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clove, for your role in this. It's hugely appreciated. Thank you. So we move on to Te Muri. So I think, is this Mace again? Mace and team. Te Muri, the variation to the Regional Parks Management Plan. That's one of these that we can take as read, and if there are any questions, I don't think this is an issue that has been worked through and worked through and worked through, and it's come to a logical conclusion. Is there anything that you'd like to add, Mace, or now?
Nothing to add, Madam Chair, other than we've enjoyed a lot of community support for the management plan variation, and this enables the development of this significant piece of parkland and northeast coast of the region.
Good, well done. We congratulate you, and would someone like to, actually, Councillor Fletcher, would you like to move this, having taken a role in, or strong role in a lot of the work that was done previously in this?
I'm happy to do so.
That would be good. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And Councillor Wayne Walker will second. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 It's carried. Thank you. Well done. Our next item, and again, it's Mace. It's our Friends of Auckland Botanical Gardens, the expenditure request.
I have Mr Jack Hobbs here, Madam Chair, as Manager of Auckland Botanic Gardens, who will introduce this item. And
Lovely. Thank you. Welcome, Jack.
Thank you very much. In summary, the Friends of the Botanic Gardens have a licence with Council to undertake sculpture in the gardens, and part of that licence is that they can retain the commissions on any artworks they sell for the purpose of purchasing artworks for permanent display at the Botanic Gardens. This fund has grown to around $114,000 over the 10 years that the exhibition has been run. And the Friends are requesting that Council approves that they vary the use of part of this funding so that they can utilise it for the purposes of covering operational expenses for the upcoming Sculpture in the Gardens exhibition, which is scheduled to open on the 11th of November this year. They're asking that of the $114,000 that is tagged for artwork purchase, that they can utilise $74,000 for the purpose of covering operational costs. These operational costs are the things that most funders find very uninteresting to fund, such as concrete under the ground, engineers' costs, all the costs associated with complying with consent conditions, and of course security. So the funding for the next exhibition is proving a challenge for the Friends. With this allocation of $74,000 for a different purpose than the licence stipulates, they will get the next exhibition across the line.
I think just to add, Madam Chair, thanks, Jack, is we're also recommending that we renew the licence, delegation to myself. We're now 10 years into the exhibition, and it's been 2005 since the original licence, and there's a need to refresh how the Friends approach this, what's become quite a significant enterprise, in terms of assisting them more with raising of money and the sponsorship to actually ensure this exhibition is sustainable into the future. So that'll be a real focus that will come back to you with that renegotiated licence.
That's great. Thank you, Mace. Any questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, Madam Chair, I didn't have questions, but I'm happy to move the item and speak to it.
Excellent.
Madam Chair, can I just commend Mr Hobbs? For those who are new to this council, they may not know the extraordinary history of success that he has been associated with. And on this particular item, this has been a runaway success, and it's been a runaway success for the people of South Auckland, which is an area that has not always enjoyed the opportunities in an artistic sense. And so I am very happy to move this. I know that there'll be some sitting around the table here who's sort of take an approach that this is not the specific use of those funds. But for anyone who's been actively involved in the volunteer sector, you know that to get untagged funds, that non-sexy stuff, as the speaker has indicated, is very, very difficult. So I really welcome this from a tourism perspective, from an artistic perspective, from a just amenity for South Auckland perspective. This has been a great success. So for those who don't know, the Friends of Regional Parks organisation, of the Botanical Gardens, they are well served in terms of good professional people working. They might be volunteers, but they bring professional skills to the organisation, and I would strongly encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Simpson and Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm finding it difficult to, in the information that I have, to support the amendments, and I want to foreshadow that I have, the resolutions that I want to foreshadow that I've got some amendments that I think you have in front of you. But just by way of questions first, we don't have, I think it's a fantastic event, outstanding. I've been myself, and I really commend the Friends on what they're doing. But I don't know how much it costs to run the event. And I don't know how much that's gone up sort of extra, each year, because it's got bigger and bigger. I think the worry I have, and my question is, if we start using CapEx for OpEx, we start going down a slippery slope. So I want to know, if the amount that you're asking us for is obviously the amount that you're short. So how much does it cost all over? How much sponsorship do you have, and what have you done to look at getting further sponsorships so that you don't have to use the CapEx, which actually gives us art for the city, which is something we sometimes struggle with, take away the funds for art for the city?
Right. So in terms of the total cost of the exhibition, so the cost of the operational costs, which are just the things that I talked about before, which a security, engineering, installation, de-installation and stipends to artists, that is around $224,000. There is also an event manager who's been employed by the Friends, and that's $65,000. And there is also community engagement on top of that, and that's as big as you want it to be. But community engagement is not a problem for us to raise funds for. In fact, the funding agencies in the past that have provided funding have invariably asked that their funds go to community engagement. The exception has been Foundation North, who previously have allowed the funds to be used that they have allocated for operational costs. They have allocated $50,000 to the upcoming exhibition, but they have tagged it for community engagement, which is part of the difficulty that Friends confront. The Friends have, on top of the $74,000 that they are requesting council approve they use for operational costs, have also committed another $50,000 out of their general funds for the purposes of the exhibition, which obviously makes $124,000 in total that they would be putting in. Does that answer the...
So how much do you have in your, I mean, what's the state of your own finances in general? You're putting 50 of your own money in
Yes.
on top of the money that you're asking from council, but how much do you have all up?
So we have $124,000 from the Friends. We have so far $20,000 from patrons, but we know that's going to grow. We anticipate at least $60,000. But we've actually, we've also had the $10,000 Supreme Award committed, and we have $50,000 from Foundation North. So I can add that up. I think that's 194,000, but I will...
And how many visitors last time?
225,000.
thank you.
So, Madam Chair, I'm happy to leave it there and foreshadow my amendment, or do you want me to cover that now?
I think your amendment's quite clear, really. Do you want to, we may as well do, if you want to speak, explain your amendment any further.
So my gut feel is as soon as we start taking away CapEx and putting it into OpEx, it's a bit of a slippery slope. I don't want to stop the event. It's an outstanding event, not just for the South, but for the region. So my amendment was that we allow the money that they've got, that we approve the 74,000 on the condition that it's repaid after this next event, and then request MACE to work with them to ensure sponsorship is in place for future events over and above that, because this is an event that I think is easily sponsored, and this particular council is looking at a number of initiatives with local boards and whatever to look at sponsorship for all sorts of things in our community, and I would prefer that, and I think we should all look at that. So then, rather than just start giving away the CapEx, because we should keep having the art, we should keep buying art. That's what we should be doing, and that's the whole purpose of this event. What's not in your papers also is the public art guidelines and the agreement, the garden licence agreement. And I think, we've got to be very clear that the licence agreement to run this event was so that we could, for the express purpose of purchasing art. So my amendment, I think, is a compromise, allows the event to go, gives you your money, but looks to actually making sure that those operational costs that you're struggling with can be funded for following events.
Right. I'll have to go to the Friends.
Did either of you wish to just make a comment on that before we take some other questions?
It doesn't have a second, does it?
Well, just hang on. We just need to. The
Okay.
question that I was hoping you might leap to is around the budget issue. It is a self-contained fund that you are currently holding, and I'm just wondering, Councillor Simpson, the issue of repayment to whom?
So instead of using the cost, instead of buying art, because at the moment what happens is that the art is supposed to be bought by the money, with the money. Mm-hmm. And what they're saying is we won't buy art with this money, we'll only have $40,000 to left to buy art instead of the whole 114. So they'll obviously won't be able to buy as much art, but they'll use the money that they were going to use for assets to run the event.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I see where you're getting from. So does someone wish to second that? I sense it may be, okay, councillor Darby's going to second it. Okay, so let's try and tease out the amendment a little bit. We've got several speakers. We'll work out where we want to go then. I've got councillor Casey, councillor Newman and councillor Cashmore. And
I've still got questions, if is that all right? I can reserve my right to speak.
Lee, yes, questions are fine, councillor Casey.
It was just to ask Jack about the 21 sculptures and the average cost. Do you normally get about 2 a year, Jack? How does it work? And I'm also interested in this new body that's going to select the art. And what was the cost of paragraph 17, the last 2 sculptures that you bought?
Right. So there was a few questions. So, sorry. So the last 2 sculptures, which were Ratiti Maya and the Mate Zerme, I'll have to just check and come back to you on what they cost. But the licence requires the Friends to purchase 1 artwork per exhibition, but temptation has led them to generally buy 2. And I think they've made very wise selections, and they're a great embellishment of the Botanic Gardens. But the first artwork at Botanic Gardens was acquired in 2001. When the first exhibition took place in 2007, 2 were acquired, and we now have 21. And really the pace of acquiring artworks is, in my view, a little too fast, and we do need to slow down. We've identified in our recently adopted public art guidelines 13 prime spaces for future artworks, so we're not looking to acquire art at the rate that we previously have. So we still retain $40,000 if the $74,000 is agreed to be used to cover operational costs. We still retain $40,000 that can be utilised at the next exhibition for 1 artwork. And if I can come back to you about the cost of the 2 artworks, I'll check that.
I've got 2 other things. The art guidelines that you held up is meant to be an attachment to the agenda, but I don't seem to have it.
Sorry, I was just getting some advice on my left.
The art guidelines is meant to be under separate cover, but I don't have it. The one that Jack's just holding up.
It's here. It's there.
Yeah.
It's here in the attachment.
It's on the electronic attachments.
I don't have it though.
Electronic.
You can't be a paperless council and then let people who want paper not be able to read them.
Okay, councillor, I'm sure we
Think
can
of a way
get...
around this. I read everything I get, but I didn't get it.
Okay.
My last question related to Jack, the new selection advisory.
Yes.
What are you calling it? Paragraph 19. What are you calling it? Gardens Art Selection Panel. Sounds
Yes.
wonderful. Has it met yet?
No, it hasn't met yet. It would presumably meet in advance of the next sculpture exhibition once we know the artworks that have been selected. So I would imagine they would meet late October, and they would form a recommendation that the usual practice is to announce the acquisition at the opening, which will be on the 11th of November. So I would imagine a fortnight before that is when they would meet, inspect the artworks and make their recommendation.
The last question was Councillor Simpson's talked about how easy it is to get sponsorship. Could you talk about that and your experience of the event over the years?
Yes, it's easy to get sponsorship for community engagement and events. It's very hard to get it for operational costs such as engineers and so forth that I've described. That is very, very hard. Trusts will not typically fund that kind of activity. Foundation North or ASB Community Trust as they were an exception. And even patrons like their money tagged to something that they can see. Yes, that's right. So it actually is quite difficult. We did have a relationship with Pernod Ricard, a naming rights sponsorship, and that funding could be utilised for operational costs, but otherwise it's been very difficult.
Thank you.
Okay. So we've got a list of councillors to ask questions, and then we'll obviously go to the amendment, and then depending on what happens with that, we'll go to the substantive motion. So I've got Councillor Newman, Cashmore, Lee, Walker and Mayor Goff, all for questions.
I'll save mine till
Okay.
debate.
Councillor Newman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions, and then I think I'll speak to the amendment. Jock, thank you. And just to declare, Madam Chair, I've been appointed liaison for the governing body to the Friends. So I've had a couple of discussions with Mace. But Mace, could you just confirm that this particular event, based on the advice from a T, doesn't qualify for major events funding, does it?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. And that the advice that we've received to date from David McIntosh, it doesn't appear to, there is no funding available for major regional events within that funding envelope to contribute to the operating cost of funding this event?
That's correct. It doesn't meet that criteria currently.
Yeah. I mean, Madam Chair, I think that we ought to give Friends the credit for the enormous amount of funding that it raises through sponsorships, for the funding applications that it lodges to external bodies, and to also note that it will probably end up receiving some support from local boards who will contribute, even though I think, to be honest, it should be a regional contribution, for the event. And that, could the officers just confirm here that really what we're talking about is approving this particular funding for the purpose of getting the event underway for timing purposes, understanding that more funding will be applied for that can allow us to make the acquisition of sculptures once that funding becomes available?
Yes, certainly there are more funding applications pending, a lot of work being done with patrons, and we do anticipate having more funding available when the event takes place.
Okay, so whilst I like my colleague Councillor Simpson very much personally, but I completely disagree with this amendment, and I will not be supporting it, because what we are seeking to do today is simply assist with the timing of the funding that is required to get a very significant event underway. And as Jack has correctly pointed out, Madam Chair, it is hard to acquire the funding for the non-sexy operational work that is necessary to make this event a success, given the type of event that we're talking about. That the funds we're talking about have accrued significantly, 114,000 in the account now, Jack, as you said before. This is not an event that is going to be existing on accrued funds that are going to be depleted without replenishment, because as the sculptures are purchased, the value of those acquisitions allows for the replenishment of funds, and it is entirely necessary, I think, Madam Chair, to tie up with this, in this item, the opportunity for Mace to undertake the negotiation for the licence. That's an appropriate thing. That is a licence that needs to be resolved for future acquisitions as part of that agreement. I would not want to see us hog-tying Friends, which is a voluntary organisation of people who raise an enormous amount of money and contribute an enormous amount of time to the Botanic Gardens, hog-tied to a set of resolutions that make their life even more difficult than they're already facing, given the constraints on funding that have dogged this event this year, and which are going to make it difficult to get over the line. We will get it over the line, but the funding is required now, and Friends are asking for certainty around the licence agreement, and this is what we should be doing. So if the amendment is to stand, that's fine, but I won't be voting against it, and I hope that we could vote the amendment down and just pass the resolutions that have been set out in Jock's paper, and I commend the paper.
Okay, I'll just take one more. I'll just take a question, and then we've got perhaps a bit of a way forward that might be helpful. So, Councillor Cashmore, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Jack, the event's outstanding. Everyone agrees with that. as far as the operational expenditure you're looking at, so the CapEx is the purchase of the artwork. The operational expenditure, other than the engineers and the people who also assist with the actual event and so forth, is part of the OPEX also the mounting of these artworks once they're purchased? So that's part of the capital anyway, isn't it?
Yes.
I would suggest. Yeah. So, Madam Chair, I agree with Councillor New in this instance. We need to give these group of people the flexibility to do their work, and it's a moving feast as well. Going to a better place each year.
Okay, so just, I've got Councillor Leah's question and Mayor Goff's question, but just in the interests of time and practicality, we've got, I think, a bit of a sensible suggestion from the left here, which is that we allow the funding as proposed to happen for this year with that change. And it sounds to the two of us sitting here listening that this is an issue of the way the licence has been set up. Life has actually moved on.
Yes.
And rather than sort of mess around with moving bits of funding and guarantees and all the rest of it, which are well-intentioned and right, I think we need to deal with this through modifying the licensing conditions, which may then address the issues that Councillor Simpson quite wisely raises. And I'm wondering if we can maybe come to that conclusion rather than a very long and convoluted debate. So I'll let that sit for a moment. We've got...
Point of order. Madam Chair, does C in the recommendations not actually address that? So why would we want something further over and above C?
We're just trying to make it really, really clear that that is what C proposes, and I think Councillor Fletcher, you're right. If we just expand that a little bit, it says we will do this, and if we can just roll back up to the changes that we've made there. So we've clarified the recommendations. We could probably modify C as well, just to make it clear that we're going to address these issues via the sorting out of the licence. So let's just give people a chance to cogitate on that. Question from Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question relates to process, and first of all, congratulations, Jack, on the marvellous work you do out at the Botanic Gardens. My question relates to the status of the Friends. As I understand it, they are an independent group of supporters, Botanic Garden supporters, who raise funds for the Botanic Gardens and have a relationship with the council through a licence. Would that be correct?
Yes.
If they are applying then for these changes, it would be a good process for them to be here and applying. I don't know if they are, but it would be good to see a letter from the Friends rather than council managers. It's important that we don't blur the relationship. So I take it we have a formal request somewhere, because I can't see it.
Yes, so the Friends asked me at their executive meeting some time ago to request that council do approve this variation to how they utilise their funds. So this is being done with the full knowledge and support of the Friends Executive.
Yeah, I would like to see a letter or something formal. You understand that. Secondly, who paid for the operational expenses for these marvellous exhibitions which began in 2007?
So it has been a mix. So when we had a naming rights sponsor, that funding went towards it. Some patrons' money has gone towards it. Botanic Gardens has particularly helped out with covering security. And the Friends themselves have contributed $50,000 for the two previous exhibitions that has gone directly for operational costs. So it's been a mix of funding sources.
Is it frozen?
Okay, so I take it then that the Friends funding was raised and earmarked for operational expenditure.
It was very much tagged for operational cost. I should add too, there's been a number of companies that have done, if you like, contra work, such as Hawkins Construction. So it's not just all cash, it's also in kind.
Okay. The concern is that the Friends who have raised money or citizens who have given money for artworks are having their money diverted into OPEX, which really essentially is the responsibility of the council. That's my concern. So two concerns, possible conflicts and need for clarity between the request coming from the Friends rather than council staff, and secondly, money that has been earmarked for CapEx, if you like, or for artworks, to be explicit, now going into OPEX. I'm a little bit concerned about that.
Take my right of reply.
Okay, so that's clear. Margoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jack, first of all, congratulations on the work that the gardens do. I drive by them 7 days a week, and 900,000 visits a year. That's a great achievement, and it's a real asset for Auckland. My question is, and I think the essence of this paper is really about sustainability. I take Councillor Simpson's comment, you know, I'm normally very reluctant to say CapEx and we'll use it for OPEX because we're not raising enough operating funding, and that's a bad principle. But equally, I guess we could have set you up to say you should be self-sustaining and you should sell, you should work on a commission basis, and the commission should go towards the running of the event. So if we redefined it, we wouldn't have the same problem, I guess. But the real problem is 114,000 you've got in capital funds there. How long did it take you to raise that? You're about to spend 67, 68% of it for the operating costs this year, but what do you do next year? You know, that's the critical question, I think. So can you tell us about the sustainability of how this operation is going? Because you can't keep raiding your funds in this way. And I presume if you took some years to raise that capital, you know, it's not going to cover next year's event. You'll still have the same problem.
It's a biannual event.
Yes. Oh, the year after next event.
So, yeah, okay, thanks. I agree with all your comments, and I'm very concerned about the sustainability of the event. It doesn't currently have a sustainable business model. The Friends' objective that I do support is to get the next one across the line and try to build from there a sustainable model that will see this, and I do think it is a great event, that it will carry on into the future. But currently it doesn't have that business model. The $114,000 that has been accumulated has taken 10 years, and so it is really a one-off to be able to put this amount of funding, but the fear is that if we don't proceed with this event, that will be the end. It will be very hard to get it up and running again. It has huge support from the art community and from a lot of art supporters and people, in, I might say, in the horticultural world as well. So we really want to get this one across the line, but definitely we do need to work on something that is more sustainable in a financial sense.
Which is why my Amendment B was put up, so they could work with Mason.
Councillor, hang on. Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, and I was prompted to ask it by the question that Councillor Lee asked, and your response to that. You said that you lost a naming rights sponsor some years ago.
Yes.
Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, that was Pernod Ricard, who, so the first, I think, 3 exhibitions were called Stoneleigh Sculpture in the Gardens. And they put a substantial amount of cash and in kind into those 3 exhibitions.
So now, why did you lose that naming rights sponsor?
I understand it was Rugby World Cup. And we went down the pecking order, and so they decided to put a lot of money into branding during Rugby World Cup, and that was the reason we were given.
I'm also interested in the Mayor's question about sustainability, because this is not a sustainable model, I don't believe, that's being put up. And you know, from my experience of running events, events do have a life. And sometimes we have to acknowledge that an event has come to the end of its life. It's no longer willing to be supported by either the paying public. We saw that with the gardens, a show that eventually went to Christchurch, and then it died in Christchurch as well. So in your estimation, is this event perhaps coming to the end of its life cycle and needs to be significantly refreshed?
My reading of the community response to the event is that they love it. It attracts a broader cross-section of the community, I think, than any other similar event. Between 350 to 400,000 people experience the event. The last exhibition, more than 120,000 people came specifically for the event. They came from all across Auckland. We got more people from Central Auckland than South Auckland during the period of the last event. Something like 67% of the people that came had not been to the Botanic Gardens for more than 12 months. So it does a lot for the Botanic Gardens in terms of growing our profile, but it does an even greater amount, I think, for the community, because it really is bringing outstanding New Zealand art in a beautiful garden setting to a lot of people that wouldn't normally experience that. And I think the point was made about South Auckland. A lot of those young people and people that would not normally experience superb garden art, they get to experience in Sculpture in the Garden. So I do think it's still got a bit of life ahead of it.
So Madam Chair, just if I can add to that for Councillor Quacks, I think an important part of the next licence, which is for the next event in 2019, is to really work with the Friends around what the business model is and start much earlier with a very capable partnerships team within the organisation and other valuable assistance have been offered of how we do secure a more sustainable partnership in terms of sponsorship and naming rights for this event.
Okay. But predicated on the fact that you need to be able to use the money that you make from the event on OPEX and the money that you get from sponsorship on your art purchase, which is the problem that we're trying to face now. So we could make this debate bigger than Ben Hur, or we could just get on and be practical. So I think we've sort of run out of questions. Maybe we're at the stage where we just need to deal with the amendment and then move on to the substantive. So it either, you know, we're kind of all saying the same thing, there's just a little bit of detail. So I'll put the amendment moved by...
Just one other thing.
Yeah?
Does everybody know that this is free? That this wonderful access to the sculpture is free to the public?
Yep.
If you look at other
to reconsider that.
comparable exhibitions around Auckland, they're quite expensive to enter. So that hasn't come up in anybody's speech. It was just to say that it's free entry.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. I think hence everyone's passion to keep this going. Right, so let's deal with the amendment moved by Councillor Simpson and Councillor Darby. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? No. So the amendment is lost on voices. We'll move to the substantive, and if we can just have that up there. And you'll note we've just made some changes just to clarify and pick up the issues that we've been debating. We allow this to happen this year for the logical reasons that have been outlined, and we're going to update the conditions of operation to work towards that far more sustainable model that we've talked about. So it's been moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Cashmore. Anyone wish to speak to that?
I just would like the right of reply, if I may, and also to give approval to the amendments that you have been crafting there. I think the use of the word approve is actually putting the thing in context in a way. So I'm in favour of that, and I'm sure that the Deputy Mayor is as well, because the grant, to say a grant, it implied something very much different. And just very briefly speaking to the points that have been made, and while I applaud Councillor Simpson for wanting to do a deep dive on this and not allow for any precedent in terms of operational funds being misused, I just don't think we can go past the fact that 900,000 people are visiting the Botanical Gardens. And of that, so much has been generated by this fantastic event, which is held every 2 years. I would completely dispute those who might think that this has a natural life and perhaps it's getting towards the end of that natural life. You just need to look at the visitations last time and think how this is over a period of months. This isn't just an event that happens in a week and it's all over and done with bar the shouting. I think too that for those of you who haven't actually been out and had a look, just imagine the time that it would take to assemble the James Wright acquisition from last year. It's a major constructional exercise in its own right, and I think that's the point that over a very large area. But I do pick up on perhaps what Mr Hobbs has delicately conveyed today. We can't keep the acquisition rate up at the pace that it's gone. These are huge pieces. These are really complex pieces, and there does need to be, in an open space sense, some really careful analysis on how that we can actually have these acquisitions given justice moving into the future. Again, I really want to compliment the Friends. They have been extraordinary, and their generosity and the way that they have actually brought partnerships and sponsorship to this event is not to be underestimated. So in the interests of growing the artistic sector, in the interests of creating a better understanding amongst our young people of the importance of open space and the creative uses of it, I really commend this to you and hope that we can work closely in the future and suggest that the small changes, the tweaking to the officer's recommendations, I think will work favourably in the future to ensure a sustainable event.
Lovely, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. That feels like a good note to end on. I'll put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried.
Just
Thank
to
you very
note, Madam
much.
Chair, it's Mr Hobbs's 40th year of working,
Oh my
41st year of working.
Well done, Jack.
Well done,
Thank
Jack.
you. So we move on to item 12, which again just has a few changes to the recommendations that were in the report, just to hopefully make them a little bit more legible than they were. We'll take this as read. I think it's reasonably straightforward, but just wondering, Imogen, did you want to any issues?
Well, yeah, really just to say it is a procedural item, so yeah, I'm happy to take it as read.
Cool. No, it doesn't work. Questions? Everybody clear? Oh, Member Walcott.
Kia ora, Brett and Imogen. I'm just trying to understand the tie-up between this, what we're doing here, and the program that was begun back in 2010 regarding consultation with tangata whenua, because I remember Nick coming around and talking to quite a few of them. How does this tie in with this, with that?
So you're right, we do have an ongoing program of consultation and then drafting of a new plan. We would be wanting to do that anyway, but as a sideline to that, we, like all other regional councils at the moment, have to look at our existing plan because we do have an old one that was created prior to the National Policy Direction. Whether we were in the process of creating a new one or not, we have a statutory requirement to check whether our existing one is consistent with the new National Policy Direction. We clearly know that it's not, and therefore we would need to create a new one. But as it happens, we are anyway. And so we will be coming back to elected members later in the year with the actual content of that new plan that we've been consulting on and drafting.
Just a supplementary to that. So through you, Madam Chair, what I'm asking is then, so that discussion that occurred way back in 2010, I think it was, when Nick first started going around, where does that discussion go, or does that become part of the new plan, or does that tie in with this?
Kia ora, Glenn. That discussion was on the expectation that the existing plan would terminate at the end of the document's life in 2012. As when we started that conversation, was working towards the new plan, but about that time the Biosecurity Act was reviewed. And an amendment that came through in the Act in 2012 was the development of a national policy direction. So that conversation started at the consultation that you referred to started in our timing. Overlaid with that was the legislative changes that have resulted in the amended legislation that now requires all councils to determine whether the existing plan, irrespective of its date, meets the statutory tests of the revised Act. Now, even some of the most recent plans, including our neighbours to the south, they have to have a similar thing. So although their plan is more recent, they still have to go through the same test.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to take this offline at a later stage to discuss this further.
That's good. Mayor Goff.
Yeah, basic question, but an important one. What are the resource implications of achieving consistency? Have you got any estimation of that?
It's work that we are currently progressing. I would guess, sort of guesstimate that the overall project is around 200,000, but not in the same financial year. So there's been work over the last few years, as Glenn indicated, that we've been doing towards leading to it. So the discussion document that went out about 18 months ago was around $20,000. The cost benefit modelling is a serious piece of work, and that's around $100,000 as a rough figure. So there's no additional...
Sorry, just to make sure I'm getting the right figures, these are process costs. I'm talking about getting the pest control policy consistent with the national guidelines, the longer term costs of actually implementing the new national guidelines.
Once the new document is being designed, all of those costs for each species will be taken account as we model it with elected members. There's no additional cost in determining that it's inconsistent. What we would design at the final stage would be consistent as a matter of process, not an additional cost. So whatever species we select, or the governing body agrees to include in the plan, would be fully costed and available for the members to make the decision. So we can essentially play with this option is going to cost us this. Do you want it or not? Or would you want to change the management regime? Yeah. So that's the workshop that we refer to, so you can model that.
I guess I was just looking for a ballpark figure. Is this going to cost us millions or hundreds of thousands? Do you have any set? I mean, we have no choice. We've got to spend it, but it'd be nice to know what we're getting ourselves into.
Yeah. I think a lot depends on the level of control we want to achieve. If we want to eradicate, I think it will be sort of roughly several million, in fact many million. If we want to reduce densities to a certain level, it could be several less million. So a ballpark figure, if you want to eradicate all pests, could be sort of quarter of a billion.
Whoa.
But that's a Rolls-Royce eradication of all pests over 10 to 20 years, because you can't eradicate things quickly.
Okay, that's still, you know, if we use that figure, that's still 20 million a year.
But that's not necessarily all costs attributable to the council.
Yeah. Okay.
So an indicative figure for eradication of possums over the entire region would be $35 million over 8 years to absolutely eradicate.
Mm-hmm.
But actually suppressing a number down to less than 5% across the region would be considerably less.
Okay.
So again, it's a modelling, balancing kind of discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
And again, that's what we'll get into once we start the work. So, Councillor Fletcher, you'd like to move? I'm happy to second.
Madam Chair, I had a question in moving, if I may.
Sure.
We are indebted to have our officers here. A question that I'd like to pose to Mr. Butland. This is just such important work, and I can well understand the need for the work that is being proposed here. But how will this feed into the refresh of the Auckland plan? To what degree are our officers involved in the refresh? If you're looking out at Auckland 30 years from now, one of the hopes, I think, for many of us is that we will actually see a possum-free Auckland, and we will see the eradication of a lot of these mammalian pests that we're grappling with at the moment. But it would just be, we so very rarely have an insight into the working mechanisms behind the scene for council. Could you give us an indication of the work that's being undertaken to envisage the future?
Councillor, I think we probably might be going beyond the remit of this item. I think it's a fantastic question, and I'm going to gently bat it across to Councillor Darby to suggest that when we've got a series of workshops coming up for the Auckland Plan Refresh, that this definitely be included as part of that discussion.
Well,
but
Madam
in the
Chair,
first instance, we just need to start this work around the understanding the consistency and or inconsistencies with the national policy direction.
Madam Chair, I accept your guidance on that. My concern would be that when you actually start to begin to understand the numbers, it can be a disincentive for people wanting to engage in this valuable work. And I think we do need to give some time, some thought to timing on this, and also, as we experienced in the last debate, we need to start thinking really seriously on the sorts of partnerships that we can have as a council with the community on achieving these goals.
Absolutely, could not agree more. Okay, I'm going to put the recommendation. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item on the reclassification of the Warkworth Showgrounds, again, a fairly straightforward item. Councillor Philip Bayan is happy to move. I'm happy to second, or Greg might like, or Councillor Sayers might like to second as the Rodney councillor. I think this is work done, well done. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you to our team who've managed to get this done. It's a quick report that disguises a huge amount of work. Thank you. Item number 14 is our facility partnerships policy project, and I'm going to welcome the team to speak to this. Right, we're in your hands.
Good morning, councillors and members of the Independent Māori Statutory Board. I'm going to give you, through you, Madam Chair, a very brief summary of the report in front of you today. So Auckland Council provides a wide range of facilities for our communities, including community centres, arts facilities, libraries, sports fields and swimming pools. And approximately 300 of these were built or still operate through what's known as facility partnerships. And that's where Council partners with another organisation to enable the community to access a facility. Usually Council provides a combination of funding, land and assistance to a community organisation, which then owns and or operates that facility. When done well, facility partnerships can enable communities to build and run their own community arts and sports facilities, meeting needs and aspirations that they have identified as a priority. It also enables them to design facilities and services that reflect their own populations and location, to use money and backing from Council to leverage investment from other funders, and to expand Auckland's facility network without having to fully fund everything through their rates. For the Council, facility partnerships can enable us to collaborate with others who share our aims and values, and that might be community groups, sector organisations, iwi, central government agencies, businesses, schools and others. It also enables us to use our strengths and empower our partners to play to theirs, to pool our collective resources and expertise to deliver great facilities that work for local people. And it enables us to better keep pace with growing demand while investing ratepayers' money where it can make the most difference. The Community Facilities Network Plan, which was adopted in 2015, stated that the Council expects to meet more facility needs through partnerships in future. However, it did flag that at present the Council lacks a coherent approach to selecting and supporting facility partnerships. The Network Plan recommended that some work was done to ensure that we were entering the right partnerships at the right time, in the right way, and to help us be a better partner for communities. In 2016, a cross-council team led by us in Community Policy set out to discover how effectively we are partnering at the moment and to understand what role policy might play in helping us to partner better in future. In the course of this work, we spoke with council staff, with partners, with elected members and with experts to try and understand the situation from all sides. We found that we are partnering from a strong base at the moment. We have a clear mandate for partnership approaches and a desire to partner well. Our assets and resources are highly valued by the community. We're a key player in supporting community-led facility developments in Auckland, and we have been since before Auckland Council was formed. Now that we have a number of key strategies and plans in place, we're in a good position to start partnering more strategically. And we have highly skilled and passionate people working in this area who know a lot about designing, building and operating facilities, and also about nurturing community relationships. There are also existing improvement initiatives that are happening across council right now which we can build on. However, there's also significant room for improvement. The team found a range of issues are currently preventing us from realising the full potential of facility partnerships. There's currently no shared understanding of what we actually mean by partnership and how we should make decisions about these arrangements. This causes confusion both inside and outside council. We found that many partnerships aren't getting what they need to succeed, and that's not only in terms of funding, but also in terms of advice and support they might get from council. We found that council and its partners often aren't playing to each other's strengths in these arrangements. And that council needs to partner on the inside if we're going to partner well on the outside. There are a very large number of council teams and departments at the moment who tend to have some involvement with these sorts of relationships, with these facilities, and we aren't always well coordinated. We also don't always count the true costs of partnership when we're considering whether to enter these arrangements or see the real value that they actually are delivering for Auckland. We also can't measure success without actually defining clear outcomes for partnerships. So the report in front of you summarises what we discovered during phase 1 about the problems and opportunities of partnering to deliver facilities. It also summarises the feedback that we received from council staff, from partner representatives and from elected members when we presented our draft findings at walkthroughs in December. And the materials that we shared at the walkthroughs have been provided as attachments to this report. The report also outlines our proposed approach to policy development, which is phase 2, the next phase of work, and that those proposals have received strong support to date. This approach includes doing some work around partnership models, around developing consistent approaches to decision making and giving better advice to decision makers, around improving our relationships with partners and our management practices, and developing better ways to measure the value that is delivered through partnerships. So we're seeking endorsement from the committee today to commence work on phase 2, and we're also asking to circulate this report to all local boards so that we can begin our formal engagement with them. Facility partnerships are an area of great interest to local boards, and the research that we've done with members so far confirms that they see this policy area as a real priority. We're keen to work closely with them over this next phase of the project. So that's probably enough of an introduction from me, but I'd be very happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to move the report if there's a seconder, and then we'll open it up for questions. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I've got Councillor Simpson first and Councillor Filipaina.
I think this is fantastic. It's really great. Local boards have obviously strong interest in community facilities because they hold the decision making and the budget for partnership around that. I was just interested to see how you got on presenting information in December 2017 to people.
Apologies, I noted that actually while preparing for this meeting. Yes, it should say December 2016.
I just begged silly. But the report being circulated to all local boards, was it discussed yesterday at the local boards forum, do you know?
No, it was not. However, there was Alison Dobby who was there to speak about a co-located facilities project, and I understand that she will have mentioned to members that we are coming. Right. Once we have endorsement from this committee, we'll go to the next available chairs forum to discuss the work and talk about.
That was my sort of question around process, Madam Chair. So we're approving it here and it goes to local boards. I thought because they had the decision making and budget for partnership facilities, it would have gone to them and then to us. No?
They were involved in.
We could probably both have a crack at this, but this is one of those difficult areas. I think, Councillor Simpson, the the pointy end does end up with us, and although boards have the budget, we still allocate the kind of the macro budget to how we're going to put into this, and we need, from a governance perspective, to actually work out how, on the sliding scale, we look at funding partnerships, we fund community facilities, and how much money we're actually going to tip into this, and how far we want to go down the partnership continuum. What's in my head around this is that we will carry on in a partnership model with our local boards, but in the first instance, as with much of this, which I know irritates the local boards, we still make the governance decision. We set the policy, we set the big budget, and then it goes to local boards. But my understanding from the team is there's been some fantastic partnership done with local boards to date, and we'll carry on together. But we do need to sign off the big documents first. Councillor Hills.
Oh, no.
Councillor Filipaina.
No, younger one.
Only about a couple of months there. Thank you, Kenny. Just a few, it's probably slight comments, questions. I have concerns just with this. I mean, it's good, and I'm glad we're moving to this way, and obviously, you know, I'm from Kaipātiki, which has long had all these partnerships in place. I'm just concerned that findings may be too prescriptive across the whole of Auckland. That it needs to be flexible for each maybe area, or maybe even local boards, just because I've seen it even on the shore. We have some really, really successful models in the community space, but then say in the sports space, it's probably good on money, but actually some of those groups are crying out for operational funding. Say the netball, where in other areas they get operational funding, so the partnership on the capital is fine, but actually on the shore some of those groups are using those capital funds to just try and fund their operational. So I'm worried that we sort of start, obviously there's a lot of good work here, but I'm worried that we sort of start with everyone's sort of the same, and then we come up with policy that's sort of the same. So it's just, I want to make sure that we look into what's already been doing really well, and that it's not prescriptive for the whole of Auckland, that the end result.
Through you, Madam Chair. So just to, I suppose, reassure you that what we're looking at doing is coming up with, I suppose, a regional approach, but that within that there would be a great deal of flexibility for individual local boards, for sectors, to actually come up with an approach that fits the situation. One thing we did find when we did this work was that out of the 300 odd partnerships that we identified, you could almost say no two were alike. These arrangements do tend to be very bespoke, and that reflects the fact that every situation will be different kinds of partners with different capability and resources to bring to the table, and local boards have a different level of interest and a different approach to this. So the policy won't be seeking to say from now on they'll all look like this, but it's saying we need some parameters within which to operate that are going to ensure that partners actually get what, have a good experience with council, and also that we're actually entering arrangements that are sound from a financial and risk point of view. So it's more going to be around setting parameters rather than fixed approaches that everybody must follow, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations on the first part, because I think it's a long time coming. I know that people around this particular table would have had questions galore around the partnerships and the utilisation within the local board areas around our facilities. I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Simpson and Hills have commented on, but I will, however, ask a question in regards to the Māori impact statement and just around marae and the network plan. So would this be going back to the Independent Māori Statutory Board for the information as well? I just didn't hear that through your earlier statement, that's all. Because as you put in here under the impact report, they are part of the network plan, and there are facilities within the local board areas that are targeted Māori. So just wanted to sort of ensure that's another group that we need to sort of put through, Chair. Thank you.
Absolutely, yep. We'll make sure that goes through the Independent Māori Statutory Board. We've also been in conversations recently with policy staff supporting the board, and they're very keen to work with us on this next phase. So we've already started that conversation.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Yeah, because the community, upsurge of community marae and marae partnerships is to be applauded and encouraged. Mayor Goff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the paper. I think it's a very useful paper. Two questions, really. How much of remedying this is about resources and how much is it about process, doing it better? First question. Second question, I've looked at some of the quotes there that are always quite interesting insights, but can you just throw us an example of how we haven't got the practice right and how we could have improved it? You probably picked up dozens of such examples, but that just might help those of us not with a background in this area to understand the problem better.
Certainly, through the Chair. In terms of your first question, Mr Mayor, around the resources versus doing better, I'd say probably both things are material. We certainly had feedback that the level of resource available for partnerships was sometimes not sufficient to deliver the outcomes that we were expecting. And in terms of the feedback, when we did the walkthroughs in December, the single most common theme of that feedback was around actually setting aside enough resources to do this well. There is sometimes a perception that partnerships will always be cheaper because we're leveraging resources from other places. However, often, there is a significant investment required to do them well. Sometimes there might be more upfront and then tailing off over time. So certainly, I think in terms of the overall amount of resources allocated, that will be something that this council will need to consider how best to resource those versus the facilities that council owns and operates itself. In terms of the process matters, I would say that actually the real opportunity that we found with this work was the opportunity to do the process part better. And to give you some examples to answer your second question of some of the sorts of things that we heard, we found that there was anywhere between 10 and 30 different teams within council that an average partner might have to engage with. And often those different teams, they didn't share data, they weren't having conversations about the various ways that they were in touch with those facilities or those partners, and that meant that sometimes the left hand and the right hand weren't necessarily in alignment, and that seems something that, with a bit of will and intention and good collaboration behind the scenes, we could be doing a far better job of providing a more coordinated council for those partners to actually engage with rather than multiple different fragmented strands, as is sometimes the case. Another example I could give you was that sometimes we have quite small voluntary organisations getting together who have a passion for a sport or an art form, and they'd really like to get a facility going. They're often very successful at fundraising and bringing others on board with that vision. And council often will come to the party and provide substantial capital investment, but sometimes those organisations, just because they love the activity they want to do in that facility, doesn't necessarily translate to knowing how to design, build and operate a facility. And we need to make sure that when we're entering those sorts of relationships, we're understanding the capacity of that group to do those harder technical bits and making sure that where that is an issue, we're actually walking alongside them far more closely. So that was another theme that came through, that the money is important, but actually the technical expertise that council has to offer, and we do have very, very skilled people in council at all of those things, that we need to be making sure that we don't just hand the money over, but that we actually look at how else we might support them to succeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
Just to follow on for Councillor Filipina, the no timeline, unless it's in one of the 11 documents appended to the report, which I haven't seen because they haven't been under separate cover, there's no timeline for the investigation into the relationship with Maori and facility partnerships. So you mentioned it in the report, but it's not in your timeline that I've got here.
So through the Chair, so at the moment what we set out in the report is a high-level timeline for when this policy development work is going to take place. Once we've got the endorsement of the committee, we can proceed to being more detailed in our planning. At the moment, we're looking at working with the Te Waka Hangamua and the Independent Māori Statutory Board to think about how we might approach that, whether it's something that we do as a shorter, intensive piece of work within the overall, or whether it's something that we're going to work on over time is yet to be worked through. But what we've done is really clearly signal that we think this is an area that at the moment needs more work. We want to understand why there haven't been as many facility partnerships taken up by marae, and we want to understand, working with those within the organisation who can advise us, what's the best way to understand that. We have had at the walkthroughs, we did have identified there are 2 or 3 marae who have been in a form of partnership with council, and we'd like to start with those and actually looking at those particular instances. What can we learn, and how else might we understand what's happening? So whether it's going to be a short intense bit or a longer piece over that time frame, it will certainly happen between now and December, but exactly how is still to be worked out.
And so do you have an intention to directly liaise with Mana Whenua?
Yes, if that's what's seen to be appropriate, absolutely, yes.
That's cool. And just on the documents, are they available to the public?
Well, now that they're on an agenda, they are effectively on public record. But so, I think it. Apologies, Councillor.
But they're not in the addendum agenda.
So all of these, and these are the ones, Councillor, I was saying, you know, D, E, F, G through to K is about 200 pages, and they are A3. Is it A3? The big ones. Yep. And, you know, to be absolutely blunt, the cost of printing all of these out to simply be discarded at the end of the meeting is prohibitive. And as the Environmental Committee of this council, as chair, I take responsibility for the fact that we have not printed and handed out 200 pages worth of documents to everybody. If you wish to print them out, they can do that. And if the community wish to see them, they are on the public agenda.
So where are they on the public agenda? That's what I don't understand.
They're available on the website. Yep. They're downloadable.
It's all there.
I think we need to. I've just been saying to the staff, I think a little bit of a debrief for some of us at the end of this meeting on the availability of information is probably needed. But whatever's on our public agenda is available to the public, as well as all the attachments. So people can go in to our agenda on our website and read these attachments.
So shouldn't there, sorry to do process stuff, but shouldn't there be an addendum agenda of all the attachments, at least one copy at the meeting for anybody who might not have seen them?
And that's what I'm saying. We've had a little chat about that will come up in our debrief. So we might be able to. Might be able to do one, but you know, we are A, looking at the environmental impact of our daily work, and B, the sheer expense of printing, which in this council runs to tens of millions of dollars. It's unseen, unspoken, and it is a complete waste of money. So, any other questions on this? Member Wilcox?
Yes, I'm just interested in your statement in the Maori impact statement on number 40, where you have relationships with Māori that involve investment in community facilities other than marae, and sports partnerships. Are these long-standing, or have they just been started? Or I'm just trying to get a hold on these, and whether we're thinking to move further with those as well.
So through the Chair, just to understand your question, Member Wilcox, you're asking which facilities these are and the detail of those relationships, or you're thinking more generally?
Well, I'm thinking more generally is if they're successful, are we thinking to expand that type of partnership?
So through the Chair, this piece of work is essentially trying to learn from some of those arrangements that we already have in place to understand the ones that have been successful, what is it that's made them successful, the ones that have had issues, what might avoid those issues happening in future. So absolutely we would expect to do more partnerships of that type, but it would be with a view to understanding what we've done well and not well in the past so that we can improve our practices in future.
And Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm particularly excited about this piece of work, and I'd like to speak just briefly to those who might have expressed concern about the involvement of local board. Much of the genesis to this work came about under the guidance of Ian Maxwell, when, from a sporting perspective, we were looking at the sustainability of sports. And you may recall members who were either on local boards or part of the former council, there was a region-wide select committee type inquiry where we went out and talked to all of the sporting codes and different organisations to see what we were doing well, what we weren't doing well, and how we could look at sustainability going out. Now, clearly, much of that information, and this was very much elected members, you know, including the Independent Maori Statutory Board, this was elected members led. And the results of that sustainability of sports work, which was very much with the involvement of local boards in a policy sense, this has kind of been through the various guises to actually end up with where we are now, which is talking about a future where we have a much more strategic approach to partnership. Now, I know as part of this, it's going to take many of us out of our comfort zones because we're going to have to actually have some bottom lines, and we are probably going to have to make some decisions that are very difficult. But it is about sending a signal to our communities that we're going to be much more realistic in our expectations. And so I think from my perspective, this is going to force us to grapple with working with the volunteers and working with the sporting codes and everybody else, a much more pragmatic approach to operational expenditure. Too often we've seen projects get off the ground, we do our fundraising and we get to that last point in terms of CapEx and we get the project there, but we've made no provision for the ongoing sustainability and the operational costs that go with it. And that it was a story time and time and time that we heard in terms of the work that we did going out into the community. So I really applaud the officers, Katarana, who's here at the back. I know that she has picked this up with a passion. The officers who have presented us today with the policy development have done so with great professionalism. I think that we're really at an exciting transition point, and this work I think we should all strongly support, knowing that the genesis of it was done in local board and governing body land together holding hands with the IMSB. So it's a good framework that we're working from, and it's just taking it forward to that next stage. So I'd like to commend all the officers who've worked so closely with us and say that this is, again, one of those things looking 30 years out from now that is going to actually be the framework for what Auckland might be.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. No more speakers, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. And I agree, Councillor Fletcher put it well. It's an excellent and complex and important piece of work. Appreciated. Thank you. And we move on to the Auckland progress update. Hi, how are you, Bonnie May?
Kia ora, good morning. I just, through the chair, would like to thank the committee for having us here today. And if it's all right with you, I'll take the report as read and just summarise some of the key points.
Perfect.
So in 2013, I Am Auckland was co-adopted by the Council and the Youth Advisory Panel as the Strategic Action Plan for Children and Young People. In 2016, we went through a progress update to reflect on how well we are delivering on the goals of the plan. We had a refreshed demographic profile, a stock take right across the council family, including substantive CCOs, and we identified some good practice and put together some examples of that practice. Full findings can be found in the status report, but some of the key achievements were over 200 discrete activities focused on children and young people were delivered. Delivery has been high in Goal 4 and Goal 6 areas of the plan, and the Council has begun to explicitly align their strategic documents to I Am Auckland. We have also found some critical success factors that we can now share in the status report. Areas for future focus include achieving Goal 7, which is all rangatahi will thrive. This is currently delivered on the least and has the least number of strategic documents aligned to it. Improving our implementation and evaluation outcomes. You'll have read about 45% of our programs are evaluated. About 10% of those are evaluated for outcomes. We need to do a little bit better on that. Focusing on education and employment outcomes for Māori and Pacific young people, as a third of Auckland's children and young people are Māori and Pacific. And continuing to focus on areas of the city with high numbers of young people, and particularly in the south. So what we're recommending here today is two things. First, to endorse the I Am Auckland status report for publication. Second, to approve the development of an implementation plan and evaluation framework, which will further strengthen the organization's commitment to improve outcomes for children and young people. It'll help us better understand the impact of our activities for children and young people, and in future will provide some valuable insight both for decision makers and for staff to refine design and delivery of our practice. And I'm open for any questions.
Fantastic. Excellent. Thanks, Bonnie May. Questions? Councillor Philippina is going to move, and I understand Councillor Collins will second. Questions? Councillor Casey.
How we get on with the CCOs?
How did we get on?
How are we getting on with the CCOs and their application to this wonderful policy developed by the youth panel?
In fact, they've done pretty well. ATEED was the only CCO that had aligned in their statement of intent and had explicitly referenced I Am Auckland, but the majority of them do have children and youth focus throughout either their statement of intent or their action plans. Obviously, someone like Comet has very high alignment right throughout their plan, even though they don't explicitly reference I Am Auckland. So not bad, and they're very open in terms of the stock take, providing information and being accessible when we needed it.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
And I guess that's the point with the development of the implementation plan. That allows us to dig down a bit more into what are the bits that are working and how do we grow those, and where there are gaps, how do we get in and make it happen. Other questions? Councillor Watson.
Just more of a question by way of a comment. The goals for I Am Auckland are pretty lofty, to say the least, aren't they? When we look at young people saying that they have a voice, they're valued and contribute, they're cared about and feel safe, they're happy, healthy and thriving. I guess some people might say that that's a bit of a stretch for council to meaningfully impact a number of areas that are very personal and often more related to family life or educational life. I'm just wondering how practical our response is across the organisation as a whole when it comes to those clearly defined areas where we have for a very long time helped and promoted the well-being of young people, like libraries for people involved in the education, sport and recreational facilities for young people, and increasingly for people getting around, transport. When the council has a clear role, or say if we take transport for instance, the cost of public transport for say school students and university, how able are we to engage and influence that particular CCO in that specific area which has a direct financial impact on young people? Or alternatively in sport and recreation, if some facility gets provided that's an outstanding success for young people, I think of the outdoor basketball courts I have in my ward, which cost quite a lot of money but has been massively successful and would be so anywhere else in Auckland. In a very pragmatic sense, how are we able to A, ensure that the traditional areas maintain their level of focus and delivery to young people, or we get to build on these new areas which we know would help young people? How pragmatic is our response in terms of results on the ground, would you say?
Through the chair, I think the answer to this question in part is designing an implementation plan. By designing an implementation plan, we have more clear accountabilities, we have monitoring of activity, and in another 3 years' time, we'll be able to tell you quite clearly where expenditure has gone and how, whereas today we're only able to give you sort of a snapshot understanding. In terms of directing our CCOs, I'm not sure that's the business of this strategy to direct our financial investment across the CCO family, but as I mentioned earlier, they have been very open to engaging with us, and I think that in future they will be open as well. They were keen to keep their focus on children and young people and contribute to these outcomes, as you can see by the case studies and the snapshots that we've profiled.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that we've got this policy which has very desirable goals, and we know Auckland is a very young city, and that there are, you know, considerable degrees of deprivation. But I'm just wondering how forcefully we're able to present those requirements that you know that are important from your research, but which may get lost in the morass of the organisation as a whole.
I guess that's in our hands, Councillor, to make sure that we keep raising the I Am Auckland set of policies and hold them at the front of our decision making. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. As one of many around this table that went to the launch of I Am Auckland, and the fact that all the goals that they put in there were from them, from the youth. So the implementation, I just wanted to confirm, the implementation is definitely going to be up to us, but not only us by ourselves, but with our youth. And I mean, the input from them is so crucial. I remember a couple of years ago talking about the rangatahi tu rangatira goal that they wanted, and still trying to be part of that with our youth panel that'll come into this this triennial. So I do look forward to the implementation, and again, as Councillor Watson was saying, just our commitment to our youth is so key, that I look forward to the accountability from the youth to us. And we have to be accountable to them, because this is their plan. And going to that launch was amazing, so thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. So I'll put that recommendation. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hills.
Sorry, Chair, I thought we were still on questions, so
We'd kind of morphed into, but that's fine. No, that's my chairing a little bit loose on
I just
that,
wanted
right?
to quickly
Councillor Hills, absolutely.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Bonnie May. Bonnie May helped us a lot over the last few years on our fantastic youth centre, which just opened properly on Sunday in Kaipatiki, so thank you. This is great. I remember when this all got kicked off in the first term, and we got thousands of postcards and different things from young people around Auckland. This is one of the most important documents for me, I see, for the future of Auckland. And I think as a council and organisations, and as we just said the last presentation, all our partners are already doing so much in this area, and sometimes it's often we're not recording it or not celebrating it or not promoting it, often because people are just doing the work. So, this is exciting, and even looking through some of the things I've forgotten have happened or had, are great. So I think it's really important that we record it, but also, and you would know, Bonnie May, especially the tensions sometimes between those partners about council money went in, but someone else does the job. How do we celebrate and record those outcomes? And I think it's just making sure we put the acknowledgement in the right places, because I think we'll get buy-in from the local boards and those outer groups and the local youth groups and the organisations that maybe aren't even council funded but work with council. If we allow them more to be celebrated throughout the documents and just acknowledge that this group is working on this, and that it's not always the same. The youth connections or jobs things in different local board areas are different, maybe not working under the same strategies. So it's just kind of keeping that in mind with this fabulous piece of work that we can celebrate right across Auckland, but not always let ourselves take the credit or the council take the credit, and sometimes that comes across some conflict. So I think overall this is a really important document, and thank you for bringing it to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Member Wilcox.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of questions. The first one you have here is regarding on paragraph 18. In your goals, you've got goal 1 to 7, and there's the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Rangers pilot. I also just wanted to know, are we in the parks Summer Rangers program, which does the similar thing to this, but with kind of the precursor. Are we talking with them about these kaupapa that we're talking about here? Because I'm just wondering, is there a connection between this?
Yes, in fact, we worked with our colleagues in environmental services on this case study here, the Manawhanua Kaitiaki Rangers pilot. I believe it has now morphed into, it was a pilot, and so some of its aspects have been taken into the Summer Rangers program.
Okay, and secondly, that we have two local boards that have real high numbers of young people, being Howick and Henderson. Are we directing extra kind of focus to those two local boards? Not to say that the majority of young people are still within the Southern Initiative. I mean, not taking away that overlay.
I wonder, Member Wilcox, if this is getting down a little bit into the way, you know, the next stage, which is as we look at implementation, how do we understand our population heat map and how do we then direct to where needed? I think we might be getting a little bit into the detail, which is the next step. So today is about going, endorse the direction and endorse the implementation.
Okay, so the direction is, from what I'm getting, is that we want to firm up and get some consistency in outcomes. Is that correct?
That's correct. We want to have good implementation that allows for those outcomes that I've outlined already, to including areas of the city that have high numbers of young people and high proportions of young people.
And have we got some kind of framework in mind regarding measurements?
Oh, yes. So, yeah, they come hand in hand. The implementation plan will be designed with an evaluation framework so that we'll track and monitor how we're progressing over time and look for those outcomes.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Member Wilcox. No more questions, no more comments. I will put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Filipaina, for your staunch support for that.
For the youth, there's only three of us around this table.
We might just take a very quick 3-minute break and then we'll go on to Safe Swim. Thank you. Won't be a moment.
Going for a swim. Through this.
Safe Swim. If we could make a start, we've done well so far. It'd be great to carry on plugging through. Four, five, six. James, nice to have you here. Right, we've got a quorum around the table, so warm welcome to our team. And just before we start, I just want to thank everyone involved in putting this together. It potentially has been a challenging issue to deal with, but the amount of collaborative work that's happened throughout the organisation to put this together, I think, has been extraordinary, so well done. Who's going to start?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name's Grant Barnes. I'm General Manager of Licensing Compliance Services, joined by my colleague Craig McElroy from Healthy Waters. I don't know if it's unusual for an officer to express their excitement coming to this council, but you're very committee, beg your pardon, but you're right, Madam Chair.
We expect that every month.
We are here excited, a culmination of a large amount of work that's brought us to this position, and we're very, very keen to hear the committee's views. So if I'll just provide some context to the report. You will no doubt be familiar that we frequently undertake monitoring of bathing beaches and lagoons in Auckland, and this has been in place for nigh on 18 years. As it currently stands, this involves weekly sampling of 71 locations between November and April. Now, this monitoring is done in accordance with national guidance that was published in 2003 by the Ministries of Environment and of Health. When that guidance was published, it represented the best national and international scientific understanding and approach. Now, Auckland Council is very fortunate to have a team of esteemed and dedicated scientists in REMU, and they have worked hard over the last couple of years to develop the science of this much further. As a consequence, our understanding of water quality and its relationship to public health has advanced considerably, as too have the accuracy of mathematical models that could be used for forecasting and predicting risk. So what we're presenting today is an opportunity to break new ground in New Zealand for Auckland Council to take a significant leadership role in the monitoring of bathing beach quality. If we were to implement a modelling and forecasting approach, this would provide water quality information in advance to beach users, not retrospectively, but in advance, up to 3 days in advance, I add. This would allow the public to make informed decisions about where they go bathing and when. This proposal has followed receipt of an independent audit that officers commissioned mid last year, seeking some independent advice as to the quality of the current program and, importantly, what improvements could be done. Now, should the committee resolve to endorse the proposed changes, then it would be our commitment to do so in time for the next bathing beach program, which would commence 1st of November 2017. Now, maybe if I can illustrate the opportunity, can I invite, via you, Madam Chair, members to turn to page 47 of their documentation. And what you see here is a current graphical representation of what we are proposing. There are 4 boxes. On the left is a bathing forecast for Point Chevalier. Next to that is Herne Bay, Mission Bay and Kohimarama right on the right-hand side. There are forecasts made of bathing quality in green, which you'd understand to be good, to red, which is caution. Those forecasts are presented for morning, for afternoon and evening. Interestingly, also what's presented is information about precipitation, about wind, about air temperature, other things that are relevant to a person who wishes to go bathing. Is it going to be cold? Will the wind be blasting me as I lie in my oh no, I won't say speedos.
Go there.
Now also, interestingly here, you can make a decision based on what you see about Point Chev. Should I go in the morning? Should I go in the afternoon? Or should the opportunity present, perhaps a drive across to Kohimarama Bay? Now this is not theoretical. This is a forecast that was determined from an actual event in December 7th of last year. At that time, our current Safe Swim program was reporting no issues, all green. But in fact, the model was saying something different for Point Chevalier and for Herne Bay. That there was a period of time where advisories would have gone up expressing caution. If you did have that burning desire to go swimming, of course, Mission Bay and Kohimarama would have been the great place to go. If I just draw your attention to preceding pages, 44 and 45, what we also seek endorsement on is the manner in which we communicate this information, noting that to do so in a channel that's more accessible and likely to be internet or app-based would get to beach users in a more user-friendly manner, supported by upgraded beach signage. These are photos taken from other jurisdictions overseas where they are embarked on this approach, and you'll see a range of digital signage from Huntington Beach in California to just across the ditch in Melbourne, Port Phillip Bay to be specific, on page 45, which just shows a static sandwich board that's manipulated from green to red, much like we would with current fire forecasting signs. Again, with your endorsement, officers would go away and do some work on what the communication means would actually look like. I'll leave it there for questions, Madam Chair.
Fantastic, and a really, really good report. Councillor Clow. Actually, just before we go to Councillor Clow, I'm happy to move the recommendations. If I have a seconder, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Clow, back to you.
Yeah, this is fantastic, long needed. Just probably as usual, I feel as though the Manukau's the poor cousin. For many years, obviously, that's where everything was poured into the Manukau because no one really gave a hoot, and the Waitemata was wonderful. Of course, it is wonderful. But it's the Manukau that seems to take the thrashing, and whilst I read that in the future there will be some modelling done for the Manukau, why is that not the priority, given of all the monitored sites, the four most consistently bad sites are Wood Bay, French Bay, Titirangi Beach and Langholm in the inner harbour, and they seem to be the four areas of the most difficulty in analysing what is causing the problem, which is supposedly, from what Watercare told us last year, is some sort of ground surface sediment issue there, which doesn't seem to appear at Blockhouse Bay or doesn't seem to appear at Cornwallis, which are at either end. Why are we not kind of focusing urgently a little bit more on the Manukau? And I know your modelling's been done, but it's just, I just got a query there, because those are the worst sites, and it happens that I swim in French Bay quite often.
That's the reason.
but it just happens they are the really main problematic ones from what has been said in the past. But why is the Manukau kind of not getting the urgency, I suppose?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think I'm probably best placed to answer this. So Healthy Waters is going to provide the technical resource and support for this program, and you have my absolute assurance. I am absolutely agnostic as to whether it's the Waitemata or the Manukau. They will both get absolute equal status. We believe that by working closely with Watercare and sharing the knowledge that they currently have on their hydrodynamic model that I think is being produced by NIWA, we can interrogate that model and use that for some of our prediction. We also have very specific catchment studies underway already in respect to the beaches that Councillor Clough has raised, because clearly from a healthy waters perspective, we'd much rather see green flags at the beaches all of the time, and that's a goal that as a city I think we need to aim for. And so you have my absolute assurance that we are very committed to resolving those issues.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. I think this is a very commendable approach, and it's going to be really great to have some information out there, I'm assuming, in advance about Safe Swim. The particular concern that I've got is that we know from Watercare, and I'm looking at their annual report, that the number of sewer bursts and chokes per 1,000 properties is 7.7 they're getting. Now, there are hundreds of thousands of properties in the Auckland region, so that amounts to a significant amount of bursts and chokes. And I certainly know from my knowledge on the ground that this is happening on a repetitive basis. In fact, it's actually going up as we get intensification. I would suggest that it's very, very important that we inform people as to where those locations are. I've raised this with Watercare because in all of these locations, almost without exception, the sewage, and we're talking sometimes raw sewage here, diluted obviously to an extent, is flowing into waterways. It's a known hazard. There is no signage up. I repeat, there's no signage up. That's wet weather. We also know on a regular basis it's happening in dry weather, and that is actually increasing. So I can appreciate that what you're doing is very important, but if we look at the larger context, there is vital information that we need to convey around health hazards that go to health and safety that we are not conveying. So my question is, how is the program that you're addressing dealing with that? Because it's entering into our waterways. Thank you.
Look, thank you, Councillor Walker, and I 100% endorse your comments. And so part of the scope of the project will be looking at all of the history of dry weather overflows from the Watercare network over the last 10 years.
In wet weather.
But particularly focusing initially on dry weather, because that's absolutely right, it's the biggest risk. We will be looking to put monitors on all of those known dry weather overflow sites. And the minute that monitor is triggered, that would automatically create a red flag for that beach. So the public are made aware of the information exactly the same time that council becomes aware of that information. And that would be through a SCADA system, so we've got a real-time information, so the minute a dry weather overflow is triggered, that would show up in both Watercare system and in council system.
I've got a related question, and while I can appreciate the emphasis on your reporting is around safe swimming that goes to beaches, the overflows that I'm describing initially interact with streams because many of the discharge points are close to local streams and the stormwater network, much of which is accessible to the public, and people also have an expectation that they can swim in streams. How is your program addressing the safe swimmability of streams and the impact on the stream network?
You're 100% correct. So a number of those dry weather overflow situations will be into streams and not directly onto beaches. So we would add that to the scope of the program. So not only would we be providing forecast information on beaches, but where we have known problem areas in streams, they'll also be made publicly available.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Good questions, Councillor. I've got Member Wilcox next.
Thank you. Am I to take it now that we're saying you can swim in the water but don't swallow it? Is that where we're going? And I suppose I need to preface that with the thing, one of the saddest things I ever saw when I returned to New Zealand was signs up at just around Maraetai and places, no collection of seafood from this area. And that exists at Glenbrook as well. And I suppose I'm just trying to understand from a Māori point of view why we're saying swimming is okay, recreational kaupapa is good, but collecting seafood is not, and why we're going with the higher standard. I'm totally in support of this, but I'm just trying to understand how that links in.
Through you, Madam Chair, your first question about the risk to recreational users in a waterway, that risk comes through ingestion of contaminated water, so swallowing it, and also in skin contact. So that presents itself as a gastro illness, as a tummy bug, or as skin rashes or other lesions. That's what the science says. Talking with the Auckland Regional Public Health Service and our Medical Officer of Health, they advise over a good period of time no incidences of gastro illness or other associated health impacts from bathing at an Auckland beach. So my point there is the risk is described scientifically. How it presents itself in practical terms is very, very low, undocumented. Now your question about seafood monitoring, that is undertaken by another entity, another body under MB, and Member Wilcox, if you are agreeable, I could bring you information particular to that program if you think it helpful.
Thank you.
I think if that information could be circulated, because I think people are quite interested in the public health guidelines, the difference between bathing guidelines and shellfish gathering guidelines, because there's very good science and obvious public health reasons why there's a differentiation between the two. Councillor Casey.
Well, I want to hear more about the blue flags and whether we shouldn't have a resolution aspiring to become a blue flag council by 2025 or something.
So I think we're happy to have questions answered about blue flags. I'm very interested though in continuing that discussion, Councillor Casey, but it will need to happen in the context of the budget. We could become a blue flag free council, but we've all had the figures given to us of close to 2 billion for full stormwater and water separation.
Oh no, it was just one beach I was thinking about, one blue flag beach to start with.
I think try some of our wild beaches. I doubt whether Parkery's ever had a red flag, so let's think beyond old Auckland Council boundaries and think of some of our wonderful wild beaches that are blue flags always, and your area, Councillor says. So can we just explain, I think Councillor Casey, you were just asking, how do we get blue flags?
So through you, Madam Chair, our advisors who presented this independent audit made 8 recommendations. 2 concerned how we model results. The first one was how we modelled the results. The second one was how we communicate that results. Now on page 22, you'll see the recommendations go into relationships and accreditation and continuing improvement. For pragmatic reasons, officers are bringing to you priorities 1 and 2, as there is a considerable body of work that we now need to get cracking on in order to meet a 1st of November deadline. Now, specifically to blue flag, that goes beyond bathing quality and it goes into all other matters of safety and the like. You're correct, Madam Chair, that brings a considerable investment that would need to be evaluated. For this purpose, we're presenting to you simply on bathing quality, water quality monitoring.
Fair enough. But we can follow that through, Councillor. I've got Councillor Watson, Newman, Lee, Margoff, Councillor Darby. We're still on questions. Yep.
Thanks. Just a question about the monitoring and one that particularly goes to my ward, which has a large number of Auckland's beaches, and specifically the little kind of estuaries that feed into the beaches, which in the past have often had signs up warning people, not to bathe in them because of the health risk. I've had complaints in recent times of people whose dogs, for instance, have got into this water and have, got health-related problems as a consequence. My question is, A, in the monitoring of the beach, are those little streams regularly monitored? And B, given that we often have large numbers of people still using it, the water's warmer, and often it's people from new arrivals to New Zealand who may not, read signs all that much. Do we have any kind of proactive response to those specific areas where, where people just shouldn't be putting kids in at any time, far less the summer?
Councillor Watson, your ward's blessed with very, very good water quality most of the times of the year, but you're quite right in identifying that there are local issues, particularly located in those small estuaries. What's presented in front of you is to move away from monitoring into forecasting of risk. That takes on board our understanding of water quality issues, land use, rainfall and other climatic matters, such that we can give advice in advance. It's highly likely that advice is to avoid those estuaries, those small impoundments during certain climatic conditions. What we are presenting is a more accurate way of communicating advice in advance of use.
So I guess that's what I was asking, Grant, is there any assessment of the people that are still going into those little estuaries, for instance, and letting their kids swim in them throughout the summer year? Because my anecdotal experience is that that's still happening on a reasonably regular basis.
Yeah, I think in conjunction with changing from monitoring to modelling is to improve how it is that we communicate risk, doing so more frequently, communicating when things are good, but being more upfront about when things are not so good, and being more localised in how that's communicated.
Okay. We just need to also pick up that sometimes toxic algal blooms and toxic sort of microfauna like nudibranchs can make dogs very, very ill. We're not going to be monitoring, nor will we be able to predict kind of a wash-up of a whole bunch of toxic nudibranchs. So, sometimes we need to understand what actually causes the incidents. I've got Councillor Newman next, and then Member Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's possibly taking this a wee bit wide, but Craig, while you're here, I've got the issue of Weymouth Beach in my ward. I don't want to litigate every single beach, but the report addresses para 49, specifically the implementation of priority initiatives, but isn't one of the other priority initiatives, and maybe it's sort of affected more discreetly, but isn't one of the priority initiatives about, with respect to consenting building works that contribute to runoff, which subsequently degrade harbours and streams? Isn't that a key priority here too? Because if you take some of the shallow harbour areas of the Manukau, for example, one of the problems that we've got is suspended sediment and the lack of flushing, which significantly contributes to the degradation of water quality in those locations, which is probably significantly due to the fact that we have had runoff from building works, because building works have taken place in the past, haven't been well managed, and that is a key priority for us to address moving forward.
Look, you're absolutely correct, Councillor Newman. So I think one of the advantages of Healthy Waters taking ownership of this modelling tool is that not only we're interested in bathing quality, but sediment quality is a big issue for the region as well.
Yeah.
So the ability of developing some of these models is that they will not only provide us with valuable information on water quality, but also what's happening with the sediment as well. So that's got major implications for us, both in terms of our current brownfield areas, but also for our new greenfield areas and where the growth is proposed to occur, and how the unitary plan controls will impact on that growth from a water quality perspective and a sediment quality perspective, because these things are all joined up. You can't just talk about one issue in isolation without having to take a more holistic view at what's going on. So the beauty is by bringing these tools in-house, we can look at a whole range of different water quality and sediment parameters.
Can I just ask a follow-up one? Thank you, Madam Chair. So Craig, thank you. So in terms of the learnings that Healthy Waters is identifying, how are you able to inform the consideration of consent applications to drive up standards in terms of consented building works and that actually contribute to this runoff? Because it seems to me one of the things is improved stewardship at the point of consideration of the consent application up front has a major bearing in terms of building works later on being managed in a way to mitigate those negative effects.
Yeah, no, clearly council through the consenting process puts in place the appropriate, or theoretically puts in place the appropriate controls on building sites. It always comes down to how those controls are policed, and that is obviously something that we need to take into account. And so we will be having dialogue with the regulatory side of the organisation, because we can only be successful in these areas if we put in place the appropriate regulatory tools as well to make sure that the behaviours are occurring appropriately in the community. This isn't. I think the thing about this whole issue is this is probably comes to the heart of just about, and we're getting slightly off topic, but I think it's relevant. Everything that Healthy Waters does. This isn't a council problem. This is actually a community problem. It's only by engaging across a whole range of different community sectors. We're never ever going to solve these issues just by thinking of it as a council problem or a water care problem. It actually goes a lot wider than that. There's a massive education program required, whether it's building, people developing building sites, whether it's just the public in terms of the way that some of their behaviours impact on the environment. This is a total community issue that we're dealing with.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you for that. Councillor Lee. Councillor Mike Lee.
It's an inadequate infrastructure problem, not the communities, and that's our job. My question is, in terms of this program, is it intended that the present monitoring program is replaced by this predictive model?
Yes.
And will that mean a savings?
We won't require the helicopter, we won't require the laboratory time, but what we will require is investment in the model and validation of the model, so it's a shift.
Okay. I think that makes sense, and I'll reserve my comments till later in the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Grant and Craig. I think it's an excellent paper, and while the first best solution, of course, is to stop contaminants at source, while we're doing that and spending the 1.7 billion that we are, having a proper risk system is obviously desirable. I've got 3 or 4 questions. The first one is the modelling and forecasting system. Is this, or maybe I'll just get you to answer as I go along, is this unique in New Zealand? Are we the only area of New Zealand that's contemplating doing this?
So we are the only entity that has a model of this sophistication in New Zealand. That model has been developed using overseas examples and input.
Isn't it true that given our assessment that the national guidelines are no longer best practice, that we should be recommending to government that other regions follow this model if it is best practice?
Your Worship, like many things that Auckland Council do, we are leading the way here and setting a good example for central government. It would be wise of us to advise them that this is where they should be heading.
Yeah. The second thing is, because the system is much more effective, so we're not hearing after the event, we're hearing before the event, and it's more comprehensive, this will result, won't it, in far greater warnings of levels of contaminants than was the case under the existing system. It doesn't mean contamination has increased, but we'll be more aware and more comprehensively reporting on it.
That is correct, Your Worship, but also it gives us the ability, when we're looking at further investment options in the future, we'll now have a tool that we can actually measure the effectiveness of those different investment options against agreed water quality outcomes. And so not only will it become a tool to help the public, but it'll also help a tool for council around its decision making as well.
Where our priorities should be in terms of levels of contaminants.
Correct,
Right.
and what the benefit would be of different investment opportunities in terms of improving water quality.
Third question, and I got my office to check this out before. Did you say at the earlier on in your outline of where we are on this, that the hospital boards have not in fact been able to identify a direct linkage of gastro illnesses with the wastewater overflows, etc. I mean, I'm not saying that by way of complacency. I'm simply trying to work out whether this is directly reflected, the level of overflows that we've been getting, and it's long-term, of course, whether that is directly reflected in hospital board reporting on gastro illnesses.
So there are no reports from our medical officer of health attributing an illness as a result of bathing in an Auckland waterway.
It's important.
My last question is in terms of you refer in the paper to active beach information signs. I'm attracted to the idea of digital because it, you can instantly put it up there and you're not getting somebody in a car to race around the beaches and change it. Have you got costings on that? I mean, it really refers to Councillor Mikely's question. You might have some savings in one area, but if we are to do the signage comprehensively, you can't rely on people just looking at their apps. It won't happen. But if we do it more comprehensively, any saving needs to be reinvested, doesn't it, in really accurate and active beach information signs?
Your Worship, you're absolutely correct. Our aspiration for 1st of November is to stand up a couple of prototypes or digital signage at some high-profile beaches and test user acceptability, test how useful they are, test the combination of information that might be conveyed. There's a bit of to and fro that's anticipated here before we would advise on a wider rollout.
Thanks. I think that's a very sensible suggestion, and I think this is a huge step forward.
Great, thanks, Margot. Councillor Darby.
Thank you. Just following up on Councillor Casey's line of inquiry on accreditation. You ask us in A to note the findings of the report, but I note that the report from Jenkins does recommend that we investigate accreditation, but the way I heard the officers respond was somewhat dismissive of accreditation. So have you noted the findings in terms of accreditation and the potential that sits within attaining a blue flag system? Blue flags?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, officers have noted fully the 8 recommendations that the independent audit have made. What we've done is assessed what are the critical things to bring to bear by 1st of November 2017. Meanwhile, working towards other parts of their recommendations that includes relationships across CCOs and other stakeholders, mana whenua, but equally the merits of the accreditation system. Blue flag is the one that's referenced. Their report makes note of the 33 criteria and the substantial investment that would be required to meet those for bathing beaches. If I may, I was a bit remiss. I should have noted that there is 2 areas in Auckland which are accredited as blue flags, 2 marinas, the Landing and West Haven Marina. They are the only entities in New Zealand that have blue flags. So they've set a very high standard by which we, of course, aspire to follow.
And so with the blue flag status, it's not like you lodge an application for all your beaches. It can be beach by beach. And my understanding is some beaches right now, if they applied, or if we lodged an application, could achieve a blue flag status. We just haven't done it. It's not as unattainable as maybe suggested.
Looking specifically at the recommendation from the independent report, our advisors suggest that a review of third-party accreditation schemes should be undertaken jointly with our CCO partners. If it was the resolution of this committee to do so, we would commit, of course, to following that up.
Maybe further work there, Madam Chair. So just in terms of the sampling now, we're only sampling from 8 locations?
We're sampling
8 beach locations?
71 locations, 69 beaches and 3 lagoons.
Sorry, no, in the Waitemata area, I mean.
So the model, the Central Waitemata Harbour model has been based on 8 locations The proposition from now, if you were to endorse through to 1st of November, is work to stand up that model across other locations. It's ambitious, but we believe we can do it with the investment that's been identified.
Yeah, so no, my question is, I know that there's broader sampling. This is not about all of Auckland. This is actually about a much narrower area. It's termed the Waitemata, even though it goes outside the core Waitemata into the Hauraki Gulf, which is Mission Bay and Kaui. I'm just trying to get my head around how much actual helicopter sampling is done within this area right now. How many beaches?
So 69 beaches are monitored on a weekly basis. Many of those have been monitored for up to 18 years. I need to be really clear, the recommendation, should you endorse it, sees modelling being done twofold. Further validation, further improvement of the central Waitemata model, and that's specific to those 8 sites. But importantly, the expansion of that model to encompass all other areas where we currently monitor.
Yeah, still hasn't answered my question. We're talking about the Waitemata Safe Swim program here. Does not...
No. Sorry, I think you if we can just pause for a sec, Councillor Darby, we'll just get some clarity. I can see the confusion. Do you want to have another crack, Grant?
So the endorsement, should you provide it, has Council moving from monitoring 71 sites to predicting and forecasting the risk at 71 sites. We would do that through utilising 2 models, one existing, which we need to validate further, and one we need to build and validate. There's a large amount of work that needs to be done with our science team and our technical experts to achieve that by 1st of November. We're looking to get cracking.
So the issue, I think, Councillor Darby, you're raising is this is for the whole of Auckland.
Yes, Madam Chair.
The confusion is because it's seen as improvements to the Waitemata Safe Swim program. For anyone just reading once over lightly that recommendation, it doesn't necessarily make it clear that we're talking about the whole of Auckland. So I think
it doesn't read that way at all.
No. So I think we just need to take Waitemata out of that, because for those of us from the rest of Auckland, we've been reading it as the whole of Auckland. So we'll just take Waitemata gone, we're talking the whole of Auckland. Happy, Councillor Darby?
Well, that makes it a lot clearer, thank you.
Excellent, yeah, I could see that confusion.
And just on the white box model is recommended for, this is another, noting the recommendations, is recommended for refinement and extension to cover the whole of the region, which is what this resolution is doing within 5 years.
If it helps, Madam Chair, page 31 of your report has a figure that displays a black box model and it displays a white box model. I'm doing my best to avoid getting too technical here, but the central Waitemata Harbour model as it exists is the white box model. You'll see it's more advanced, more comprehensive than the black box model. In order to deliver a forecasting and predictive model across the region by 1st of November, we're going to incorporate both. Our aspiration, however, sees us working hard beyond 1st of November, and what we'd like to do is bring to Council a white box model that works across all harbours and open beaches. We have a bid, or we are seeking central government assistance to do that, as the investment would be considerable.
So, sorry, what's considerable investment? So what is that?
So we've yet to work up the figures, but you're talking at least 7. What I can say confidently is what's proposed in front of you is far better than what you've got at the moment. Yep. You will have a model that forecasts risk in advance of beach use. I don't believe that you would make the decision to go swimming on the weekend based on sticking your head out the window today. It's raining. Why would we make a decision to go bathing at Point Chevalier or Mission Bay based on a sample that was taken up to 7 days ago?
No, get all that. You didn't. I'm sorry, Chair, I need to grill this because this is an area where we've actually failed miserably.
Yeah.
So I'm not backing out on this, and Grant, you didn't answer my question. You said something around enormous costs. Well, how have you arrived at to roll out the white box model regionally? Have you got estimates on that? Have you got concrete estimates on the cost to roll out the white box model? I know what the white box model is compared with the black box model. So what is the cost to roll out the white box model right across the Auckland region, and where have you sourced those estimates from?
Madam Chair, to answer the question again, we have not costed yet the investment required to stand up a white box model across the region. If members would appreciate, the independent audit was received late in December. We have worked feverishly over the last couple of weeks to bring to you a proposition that we think sees the replacement of the current monitoring program with a modelling forecast of risk by 1st of November 2017. In parallel, we will be continuing to work, our scientists, our modellers, on advancing the white box model across the region. If the committee resolves, we could bring that information back to this forum, which would entail detailed costings.
Okay, but in the interim, to roll out the predictive model within the current areas being monitored, we can do that within existing budgets for an initial capital investment of 325,000. So that's, I think Councillor Darby is quite rightly saying, I think you're trying to understand what the expanded model would mean, Councillor Darby, and what kind of costs would be involved in that.
Well, that's one of the recommendations of the report of Jenkins, is to roll it out across the region within 5 years. It says that there. So I want to understand what does that cost, and the reply was that would be an enormous cost. Yeah. And then my supplementary question is responded with, well, we don't have the cost. So I don't want to be scared off by not making the right directional calls here without evidence. Madam Chair, I'm probably speaking to the motion, so I will, because it is moved and seconded.
Yeah.
But I think some of us have sat round and discussed water quality for a long time, or the lack of water quality. We celebrate much about making contact with our harbour edges, but we actually don't go far enough in making sure that we can actually put our toes and let alone our heads into the waters on those harbour edges. We talk a lot about opening up the waterfront, but we are not really anywhere near being able to enjoy the water itself at the waterfront, be it city centre or many other coastal edges. So I think we've got a long way to go here, and I'm just a little bit concerned about a bit of smoke and mirrors on this one. It's got to be very real and genuine, and we've got to follow through, because we have been failing in this area. And I know we've repackaged stormwater into healthy waters. I'm looking way past repackaging now. I think time is up. We've got to look at the real results. I commend the staff for looking at this model and getting the Jenkins organisation to review Safe Swim, but the real test is actually going to be in further tests for pathogens to test whether this model, once rolled out, the white box model and the black box plus the white box and ultimately the white box actually does work. Time's up on this.
I think we're all saying the same thing, and you come from a council, as I do, who invested a huge amount of capital spend in the separation of stormwater and wastewater. Other councils didn't do that. So, I think we come from a place that actually has respected our environments and has worked hard towards them. The current state of the wastewater system, now that we're responsible for the wider Auckland, is heartbreaking, and we're doing our best to deal with that. However, a huge amount of money is needed to retrospectively deal to neglected infrastructure. What this, I understand, looks at is we're noting the findings of the Martin Jenkins report, and I don't think anyone is ducking for cover and not wanting to fully engage with the work that's needed to progress what's suggested in that. I'm just understanding that as yet those costings have not been done. What we're being asked for today is to endorse the work to be done by the 1st of November to get the modelling and the monitoring underway. We can do that within our current budgets. And if we have, and I'm happy to alter D, that we request the staff to prepare a report which basically outlines the benefits associated with the proposed Martin Jenkins model. And I think that way this comes back to us. It gives our staff time to do the financial modelling that you're asking for, Councillor Darby, that I would presume would be the next logical step anyway. So I don't think we're at odds with this process at all.
Madam Chair, I'm very happy to put my hand up now and be accountable for this issue. This is something that's just come onto the Healthy Waters table very recently. We will take full ownership of developing an appropriate rollout of the white box model. I think there will be a logical prioritisation process that we can follow, and it will be around areas of known water quality and also where council is facing major development pressure, because as I said previously, the two issues are quite closely linked. And so we will come back to the committee at the appropriate time. We need to get our thinking correct. We need to get accurate cost estimates prepared, so when we come back with a costing, it's a robust costing. And I would see this work as fitting in very much to the work that we're preparing for the next iteration of the LTP, that this will have some budgetary impacts, but it needs to be considered in the context of all the other issues that we're dealing with, because these are vital tools to be developed to help support major capital investment programs, both inside Healthy Waters and also within water care as well. And so I'm absolutely aligned to where Councillor Darby is coming from, and I think we need to make this a very transparent and open process and have that conversation with our communities.
And I think I'm just going to ask Mr. Kimpton to comment, but we also need to look at, the spend of large amounts of money on modelling versus the expenditure of large slugs of capex to actually deal to the issue. And somewhere in the middle of that, I think we reach the balance. Mr. Kimpton.
Look, the only thing I want to add really, apart from what the Chair has said, is that I've suggested another D in there. We're proposing a move from the lag type monitoring that's been undertaken to date to the black box model. You've got the costs for that. That's what the resolutions are targeted on. My recommendation, and Craig's effectively just spoken to that, is that you request staff to prepare a report on the costs and benefits associated with developing the white box model as proposed in that Martin Jenkins report. We come back to you in the appropriate amount of time with our views on that for your consideration.
It's good, thank you.
Okay. Now, just to quickly check in where we're at, we still have questions. We've got Councillor Denise Lee, Member Brown, Councillor Walker, Stewart, Simpson, Cashmore and Clow. So just remembering that, okay, just wanting people to think about the questions that may already have been addressed. Councillor Denise Lee.
I don't think addressed, but we'll give it a crack anyway, Madam Chair. So can you just run through for me, and it is tying in the prior discussions we've just had, that capital investment that's outlined in recommendation C, what that covers. And the reason I'm asking is, by anyone's measuring stick, literally, the risk here is going to be a lot of increased awareness for the public, and therefore education will be really paramount. So costs that we anticipate, I don't know if you've got anything in that initial capital investment, costs that we anticipate around public education and awareness, because some adverse conditions are going to be predicted on a more frequent basis. And I'd be interested, because you've looked at international best practice, specifically Scotland and others, and would you have any idea on their overall budget for transitioning to forecasting, how much of theirs was spent on education? And we've had many a discussion in reg and bylaws around signage and education and how massively important it is?
The scope of works that staff have just received from a provider is broken down into works needed to further improve the model and works needed to develop a comprehensive communication package. That would include increased advice. It includes the necessary education and improved engagement. These are all things that if with your endorsement, will be putting in play over the next couple of weeks with a view that we will be communicating more extensively through to 1st of November 27, so that we're ready to go. Your second question regarding, and I'll use Melbourne as the example, with the committee's endorsement, we would like to investigate more thoroughly Melbourne's experience. Their reporting in the proposed manner is now quite mature. What was their experience moving from monitoring to modelling? What were the costs? What was the public response as they moved through the various stages? Are all things that we need to investigate.
Thanks.
Okay. Member Brown.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Reminded of a saying, he paru ia, he paru au. Basically means, if that's sick, so am I. And I absolutely acknowledge some disclosures, if not admissions, from members in terms of failures, and being a member here, I'd actually subscribe to that, because what it needs is leadership. And if the water bodies and catchments are broken down and not treated as a whole, then the outcome will be the same. It won't be a whole outcome. So from the outset, I've got possibly an omnibus of a couple of questions. Under manaakitanga, our duty of care, responsibilities to each other, there's an element that misses all the time, and that's the biota within it. And so we're on the same page about any initiative to advance and improve our kaitiakitanga in these domains, our stewardship responsibilities. So, Councillor Newman raised a point that I'm thinking about, because with respect to the model, and I've read the Jenkins report, it just feels like, even though it's going to be proactive, I accept that, but it's nothing other than a warning shot. And maybe not today, Madam Chair, but my first question is, what else, other than the resolutions before us, can we do as leaders of this community, in your opinion, whilst we wait for you to come back in November?
So I understand the intent of that question, Member Brown. We could now spend the next few hours discussing where to from here. I'm going to, from a chair's perspective, bring this back to the point, which is, do we endorse this next step for Safe Swim or not? We've got two things. We've got the workshop that's coming up that the Mayor will be chairing with Water Care, and I think that's a good chance to raise some of these issues. And I'm going to recommend and work with the staff and the Deputy Chair on a comprehensive report that gives us a chance to talk about the where to from here. We touch on it during the report, but it's not, and we don't have the time today to go through the very critical issue that you raise. We simply have to acknowledge we've got a huge problem with water quality in the Auckland region. What are we going to do? And I'd like to see us take the time to dignify that with enough time to answer it properly.
Apologies, Madam Chair, I was unaware of the workshops. That aside, you've made a comment in terms of focus on the development areas, and I know the models whereby you have sampling instruments in areas that aren't so populated. So the effect within the environment is largely the same, they're just in different locations, and I can attest to that because NIWA have just begun a fine sediment study to the Wairoa, the Tūranga and the Tāmaki Strait with our iwi. Can I just suggest that that figure there is disturbing for me insofar as the
research we're doing right now is a far greater value than that, and we're talking about probably less than 2% of this water body. And so I absolutely support Councillor Lee's question about what do we get for 325,000. Now, you made a comment about Melbourne, and I will always take issues to these so-called international standards, because the reality with Melbourne is I'd be very delighted within your exchange with them that they have an Aboriginal element to their modelling and their experience. So, thank you, Madam Chair. I've said enough.
Okay, no, points understood. Thank you. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. Couple of quick questions. I understand that we're effectively moving away from monitoring to forecasting. What actual data collection are we going to do to validate? That is, are we going to do some testing, and if so, how much? Because models are fine, but if they're not validated and people don't have some confidence, we've got a major problem.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chairman. Yes, there will be monitoring required from time to time to validate the model and make sure that the model is representing reality as close as possible. That's the nature of all models. They do have an OPEX component associated with them. Having developed a model, it's a live asset, and it does require looking after, no different to any other asset, to keep it viable and doing its job.
Okay, well, I guess from my perspective, and I think the general public, that quite like to know what that is. I'll just let that rest. The other question I've got is just around the budget for Safe Swim. Is the budget going to remain the same, or are we looking at a reduction in the budget as a consequence of what we're doing here? And I'm talking about Safe Swim.
So the monies that are for procuring the helicopter and the laboratory expenditure is no longer required if the committee endorses the recommendation in front of you. But also the committee can see that the endorsement requires investment in the model itself. What I'd add is that helicopter and that laboratory spend is every year. These are monies that is no longer required to be expensed, and we could redivert that investment into healthy waterways, for instance, in manners like further validating and improving the model over time.
So my question is around the budget for Safe Swim. So are we looking at a cut in the budget for Safe Swim generally, irrespective of how you parcel the money up into monitoring or validation or whatever?
No, Councillor Walker. The monies that go to the helicopter and the laboratory would be spent via Healthy Waters on the model investment, improving signage, maintaining the web service, the app. There's other more pressing areas for the money than the helicopter and the laboratory.
Okay. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Of the 81 locations, is the Otara Lake and Creek, is that part of the monitoring?
Otara Lake is not included in the Safe Swim program, but from my recollection is part of the state environment monitoring.
No, it's just that I know about over 40 years ago it used to be a place that people, used to be able to swim, but, and just for some of those sitting around the table, they may not realise, but back in 1994, the former Electricity Corporation of New Zealand and Manukau Council, the Auckland Regional Council, the electricity company was supposed to do some work on the Otara Lake, and that hasn't happened. So,
just on that Otara Lake, we do have a program with the local board at the moment looking at what we can do to improve the quality of that waterway, which is a very collaborative program with both the local board and a number of interested community groups as well.
because it flows into Clevedon and Highbrook and Botany, so it's very significant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. I'm sure it'll come up in the annual plan discussion as it does. I've got Councillor Simpson and then Councillor Cashmore with the last two questions, then we'll need to move to the recommendations. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, it's a bit of a leading question because I noticed that E has been altered to the Independent Māori Statutory Board, and when it wasn't altered and it was just to local boards for their information. My question to you is, why do you want to tell, and it's a leading question, why do you want to tell the local boards? Why do you want to have, no, and I'm actually getting to a point, so, you know, why do you want this report and resolutions to be sent to the local boards?
Through you, Madam Chair, in my experience, this is a matter of particular interest to many local boards, and I'm looking forward to engaging with them in depth in the issues and what myself and my colleague are looking to do to address them.
It was a leading question because I was going to suggest that we add to that recommendation by saying for their awareness and, for their awareness, for their information and assistance with awareness, because I think it's, you know, they are our community, and rather than just say, here's a report FYI, it would be nice to add some more governance context around that and say, look, we want their feedback, we want them to help promote this. I think what you've done is fantastic. I'm really happy to second it. But I just think, you know, rather than just be a bit of a token gesture, whether you would consider the recommendation that potentially we add to that. But then we've got the Independent Māori Statutory Board, and I'm not sure how that would balance, whether we should separate them out or I'd be looking to Mr Wilcox, etc., for their info, because it's maybe slightly different.
Can we also put that with all the local board recommendations?
Are you wanting
I think, so let's, I mean, we can now go off on another tangent on this one. My sense is that that's absolutely fine. I think the wording, Councillor Simpson, when we forward the resolutions to local boards, it's for local boards to discuss this, to make the decisions that they wish to make, and if they wish to offer assistance and advice, that's up to them. It's taken as a you know,
but that's my point, though. You know, this is a fantastic initiative in moving digital. We want them to promote it, don't we? And just by saying here's an FYI, I think it would be proactive to take it further and say why.
Let's just say yes and do it. That's great. Councillor Cashmore.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The question was actually answered by Councillor Walker, and that was very adequately answered by Mr McElroy, and that was about public assurance of the program, because it is predictive and therefore it needs to be accurate, and Craig answered that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
And to reassure people, monitoring will continue because that's the way that the model's actually validated.
Yep.
I think we've just missed that in some of the discussion. Right, so it's been moved and seconded. If people wish to speak to the recommendation, Councillor Lee, you'd signalled you wanted to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This touches on a very critical issue which we will have to face over the next 3 years and onwards. It's not a new issue. It's been around for many, many years, but all of us over that time have been reassured that the problem was being sorted. And the fact of the matter is that it hasn't. And it'll be a long time before it is sorted. I have no problems with this program. It's common sense to use a predictive model rather than week by week monitoring. The reason being is that the monitoring program was almost predicated on aberrant events. Something has happened, you better go and check it. What is happening to our harbour is routine. It's constant. We know that. At Watercare stated in its application for the resource consent for the Central Interceptor, 2.2 million cubic metres of diluted sewage goes into the harbour every year. That's a huge figure. Now, I have to say, in regard to this program, while being supportive of it, I would be concerned if it's being used as a PR tool to divert the public away or reassure them again about the underlying problem, because this doesn't touch the underlying problem. And it's easy when you are presenting a program to having to sell its benefits. There is a risk of overstating, and I make that point. I have to say, even the use of the word healthy waters has a certain element of irony, because this is not about healthy waters, this is to warn folks about unhealthy waters. And so, you know, I bear in mind the lessons of George Orwell in the way we communicate with the public. The public, just like we are aware or have a growing awareness of how serious this problem is, and you don't need to be given a whole lot of stuff about healthy waters. They know that it's a flip. The concern is unhealthy waters. And sad to say, with the present policy settings, that the health risks will increase. Madam Chair, members, I note in the report in regard to health risks, because health risk is only one aspect of this problem. There are wider environmental, ecological, ecosystem risks as well, and ongoing damage. I quote from the report, "The current approach of reporting beaches as safe is misleading and inappropriate. The guidelines are based on tolerable risk rather than no risk at all. For most healthy people, water conforming to the guideline value will pose a minimal level of risk of illness, less than 2%. However, water conforming to the guideline values may pose a greater risk to high-risk user groups, such as the very young, who tend to be the ones who splash about in the water, especially in the shallow water, the elderly, and those with impaired immune systems." So let's not lowball the health risk, but also let's take into account there is a wider ecological risk in terms of nutrient damage to the inner harbour and marine ecosystems. I don't know if members have received pictures of Meola Creek, just taken recently, with a whole lot of dead ducks rotting in them. But that's a reality out there. So, okay, let's use this predictive system. Sadly, we can predict it because we know full well every time it rains more than 9 millimetres, which is on average more than 52 times a year, about 50 outlets overflow and spill into the harbour. That's underneath what this high-tech predictive new program is about. So, okay, let's go ahead with this, but let's bear in mind there is an underlying problem that has been put off for years. It's been in the Auckland plan, our Auckland plan, in 2013. Nothing has been done about it as yet. We're refreshing the Auckland plan, haven't really even made a start on sorting out this problem. Thank you.
So I think when we have the report on these issues, I think we will identify that although the problem is huge, it certainly hasn't been completely ignored, Councillor. I take exception to that. We'll move on to Councillor Wayne Walker.
And I'm assuming we're into debate now.
We are into debate.
This is all very fine. I think the point that I endeavoured to make earlier is that we need to approach this issue in a joined-up way. This committee doesn't have oversight over water care. My estimate is that there are well over 2,000 manholes and associated items where you've got ongoing wet weather flows occurring. The number of streams and waterways impacted on is significant, not to say the individual properties that some of these are on. And this is all factual data. I'll repeat, this is absolute factual data that Watercare has.
So speaking to the recommendations...
So speaking to the recommendations and this report, it frankly does not go far enough. We continue to deal with this issue in a splintered way, and we need to address that. So I'm comfortable with what we're doing around Safe Swim, but there is a glaring problem we have around the general context of healthy waterways as it applies to our streams and our beaches.
Okay. Anyone else speaking to the recommendation?
Yeah, I will very briefly, Madam Chair.
Yep, Councillor Cashmore.
Very important that we remain focused. This is about informing our public about the quality of the water they wish to recreate in. This is not about the solution for our intergenerational stormwater problem historically. So we all know that there is an issue. We know that it's got to be resolved. It's identified in the LTP. Some of it's been through the Environment Court with the interceptors.
Exactly.
We just now have the intestinal fortitude to keep moving forward with it. And this is purely a safety recognition for our public, that where it is good to swim and where it's not so good to swim. We're getting an end of it.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I move that the motion now be put.
Oh, I was just going to do that, so we don't need to deal with that. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Councillor Cashmore was the last speaker, so we didn't need to deal with that recommendation. I'm going to suggest that we now break for half an hour, 45 minutes. It's now 12:42. I suggest we break until 1:30. I'll move that. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Collins. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried.
Oh, you've been married too long.
Sharing?
Yeah, come on. Comment like
It
that.
must have been a good one. You can tell us later, Dick. Right, so we're now on item, it makes it even more reason. Point of order, Councillor Quaggs, would you like to share? Item number 17.
Confidential item. Confidential item.
Confidential item. Back to seriousness, the role that council has in addressing homelessness, which is obviously one of huge concern to everybody. So welcome to our team who've been dealing with this. So who's going to go first? Rowan.
Thank you.
Rowan, welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So we will assume that you have the report, have read the report, but I will just provide a brief summary of the content of the report for you. So the purpose of this report is to seek approval for the scope of the policy investigation underway into Council's role in addressing homelessness. This work was requested by the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee of the last Council. So what the report does is it provides some context for the work and then a very brief summary of Council's current and important activities underway relating to homelessness. The paper sets out the proposed scope then, and the key points are that there are different forms of homelessness that people are experiencing in Auckland, and these may require different kinds of solutions. Homelessness certainly includes people who are living without shelter and rough sleeping, also people who are without shelter living in cars, but it also includes people who are living in temporary accommodation, be this emergency housing, boarding houses, caravan parks, refuges. As well as that, it includes people who are sharing accommodation on a temporary and transient basis, sometimes called couch surfing. And it also includes a fourth category of people who are living in dwellings that are considered uninhabitable, such as converted garages or sheds. So clearly homelessness in Auckland is a regional issue rather than a CBD-only issue. So if we could turn to the slide. Thank you. So what this slide recognises is that homelessness sits within the broader housing system, and that addressing homelessness will require an integrated perspective of the whole housing system, while still remaining focused on solutions which are going to be most effective in addressing people who are experiencing homelessness. So the interventions that we'll be evaluating as part of this work will be assessed for their effectiveness on their own basis, but also considered within this broader housing system context. The other point that this slide is intending to illustrate is that while homelessness incorporates rough sleepers as a really important group to consider in their own right, also important are the thousands of Aucklanders whose homelessness is less visible. So the scope we're proposing considers both current and future perspectives, and we will be looking to finding long-term solutions for people who are currently experiencing homelessness, as well as considering issues about preventing future homelessness. And the scope highlights the importance of collaborating with stakeholders in this group, in this area. So we're now seeking your approval for the scope, which we will then report back to you at your April meeting. Thank you. We're happy to take questions, Madam Chair.
So Casey, did you want to comment?
Oh, yeah. First of all, I just want to congratulate Mayor Goff for raising the status of our action around homelessness and championing that cause. It's great that it's being done by you as Mayor and by a committee of the whole. So absolutely, completely supportive of filling the gap. At the moment, we've got lots of people wanting to do lots of good things. And it's really important because we now have a budget that council ratepayers' money goes where, as you said, the interventions are most effective. So part of the work, and I'll explain the role of my committee, which is the reporting committee to this one. In 2 days' time, we'll be looking at the issue of rough sleeping, and we'll have the major players in the room talking about effectiveness and what they'd like to see council do, and that will feed into this work. So we can dig down, I think somebody was talking about diving down deeper, digging down deeper into the issue to inform the policy work, to inform the staff work here. So it's fantastic. So, and to all councillors, you don't have to be on my committee, just bowl up. The subject is rough sleeping. We'll have LifeWise, the City Mission, Vision West, and homeless people themselves. Rainbow Youth, one of the issues currently that has been really ignored is young people who come out and find themselves homeless because their family can't accept their new status. And that was through the Rainbow Panel and through the work of the Rainbow Youth that we've filled that gap. So definitely come along to the committee on Thursday. And just to say, I'm just so happy that this is finally being done. We, I think, are leading the country, and we will continue to do so. So thank you, Mayor Goff.
Councillor Casey, would you like to move the
Yes, I would.
recommendation? Yep. Lovely.
Happy to second.
And Councillor Wayne Walker's happy to second. So I've got Councillor Quacks. Sorry, Councillor Quacks, your name is actually coming up as Councillor Quad at the moment, but Councillor Quacks.
It's always on all fours.
Oh,
Councillor
that's okay. I've been called worse. So in terms of the definition of people that are considered homeless, would that include young police officers who are, according to one district commander that I met with recently, are hotbedding? Do you understand what hotbedding is?
Through the chair, Paul, perhaps you could clarify what you understand.
Okay. Hotbedding is where one person, and a group of people share an apartment or a house, and once one person is on different shifts, one gets into the bed, gets out of bed, and the other one gets into the same bed. That's called hotbedding. Apparently it's not uncommon amongst young police officers in this city now because of the high cost of accommodation. So would those people be considered to be homeless, do you think?
Through Madam Chair, my understanding of how Statistics New Zealand and with the support of the University of Otago measure homelessness, I don't believe they would be, because my understanding is that there needs to be no certainty or very little certainty about your housing situation, and or the level of housing quality is substandard. So even though there might be challenges associated with hotbedding, my understanding is if those people have the certainty that that bed is theirs and that they can live there, then they wouldn't be considered homeless. But happy to clarify that. I'm sorry, I don't have a definitive answer.
Because I don't think that's considered, it would be considered to be a particularly good way of people to live. I'm also interested in your comments about people living in garages, because, and I think that the councillors from South Auckland will confirm this is not unusual in South Auckland to have a garage converted into a living quarter. So have we done any work on how many people in South Auckland in particular might be living in garages?
Through Madam Chair, my understanding is that the regulatory and compliance teams within Council have been trying to answer that question and working with different agencies to answer that question. But we don't have, at this point in time, a picture in terms of the quantity in Auckland.
Thank you, Councillor Quacks. And I think that's some of that is the intersect with the Southern Initiative, who are also, collecting data. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thank you. My question follows on from some of the issues that Councillor Quacks is alluding to there, and especially in light of one of the key deliverables, which is actually to try and assess what the scale and the severity of this problem is. And I noticed that, a number of the figures relate to the period between 2006 and 13. Of course, we all know it's got a lot worse since then, if people living in cars and on the streets or anything to go by. What then are the difficulties in really coming up with a meaningful number in comparison for that, given the transient nature of people that are involved and I guess their distance from conventional means of accounting for numbers? How are we going to really approach that? What sort of mechanisms are open to us to actually get a sense of that scale and severity?
Through Madam Chair, I think there are a couple of different answers to that question. Firstly, if we're looking at the volumes from a big picture perspective, then we really need to use the census data to support that, and that's why we obviously don't have anything beyond 2013. And even that, it's quite a complicated exercise to extrapolate from the census data. That's not our work, that's the University of Otago's work to extrapolate those figures. So I think that's a really important data source, but it has some obvious challenges that you allude to. And so then different either parts of our organisation or us supporting other organisations are trying to fill the gaps. So one of those gaps is in terms of people living in garages and uninhabitable dwellings, and the other part is supporting the sector to do a much better collection of data in terms of people who are living without shelter, so that part of the homelessness spectrum. So part of the funding that Council has made available to in the area of emergency housing and homelessness is going in to address that issue. So I think we will see improved data over the next short period in relation to that.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Well, I guess my question follows on from the previous two, and that really just goes to the issue around the robustness of the data and the importance of having a data set that can be revisited and adjusted. Ideally the situation gets better, but arguably it could also get worse, and we need to, I would suggest, have some monitoring. I don't have the answers for that, but can you give me any indication of how we might go about that?
Yes, so my understanding is that because we are putting resourcing into a more robust data collection, that will then enable us to support the sector to do that data collection on an annual basis, which then can be used to identify whether the approaches and interventions that collectively is being implemented, whether they are having a positive impact. So yes, I think that will improve.
And in terms of the data and the relationship with other cities, I see here that you'll be making comparison with other cities. There'll be sufficient robustness to enable that?
Through the Chair, that is challenging because different cities collect in different ways and to different degrees of robustness. So the work that we've done so far leads us to think we'll be able to give indications relating to that, and some cities which collect in a really robust way, like Vancouver, for example, will probably be able to provide quite a bit of information relating to.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies, I was out of the room at the start of this particular item. A couple of questions from me. I read the report, but I also note at the meeting of Kathy Casey's committee, the Community Development and Safety Committee, later this week, we've got receiving a report from the General Manager for Arts, Community and Events on the findings regarding homelessness in Canada. So does that work relate to this, and if so, how? And
yes, absolutely. Yes. So through the Chair, so that's right. So the General Manager of that team has been in Canada looking at their learning from implementing homelessness strategies and interventions. So the insights gained from that will feed directly into this work.
This work, is this a quantitative piece of research, or is qualitative stuff as well as there, or because I can understand you're trying to codify the incidence of homelessness which is a statistical measure, but you're doing additional work on top of that.
Through the Chair, so to clarify, no, we're not trying to focus on the volumes of homeless people living in Auckland. We're drawing on existing information to inform our work, and then our work will focus on evaluating different policies, interventions relating to council's role and council's position in addressing homelessness.
Madam Chair, I just ask the officers a final question. For example, on Monday next week, I'm meeting with Ian Hudson from the Salvation Army Parliamentary Unit in my ward, and they do a lot of really, really good and powerful policy work and analysis already in this space. If there is a rich supply of powerful analysis that's already undertaken by agencies such as Salvation Army, why are we embarking on new research? Why wouldn't we just use that research and information and then test that against the appropriateness of any sort of policy response? I mean, why are we? It seems to me there's a risk that we're starting from scratch here when the data is already out there, the research has been done, now it's about implementing the learnings of that so that we can come up with a solution.
Through Madam Chair, no, you're absolutely right. That is our approach. We're not undertaking new research in the way that the Salvation Army would, but we are certainly drawing on their information. And so we're drawing on where there have been evaluations of different policies and what that effectiveness has been, and then looking at that evidence in the context of what an appropriate role and position for our organisation, the Auckland Council, might be. And in particular noting that there are a lot of different organisations that play a key role in this, and that we are only one partner. So in particular looking at where can we be most effective, what's a role that really plays to our strengths.
Final question, Madam Chair. If the time frame for this is to report this research in April, I assume from that there could be a couple of solutions that may have budgetary implications. Is that going to be able to inform the draft annual plan debate, or are we going to run out of time for that, and will this work then have to feed into the long-term plan?
Through Madam Chair, I think our assumption is that it would need to flow into the long-term plan process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee, Councillor Mike Lee.
I just want to ask some questions about the council current activities, but I want to advise the meeting that Heart of the City organisation contacted me and just wanted the committee to be reminded that the $2 million, which is dedicated to upgrading or putting an extra floor on the James Lisson Hotel, came from the targeted rate authorised by the City Centre Advisory Panel. So I just want to make that point. The question is, the operating expenditure over 3 years, in the first bullet point, what is that actually for?
Madam Chair, could I invite Graham Bodman to join us, who can answer some of these questions?
Absolutely. Welcome, Graham.
Okay. Through the Chair, the $830,000 was provided in the first LTP. It comprised $110,000 per annum to look at emergency housing support activity, and that money's been spent on, for instance, supporting the Salvation Army with a initiative in West Auckland and a variety of other activities. There's also been $250,000 per annum for the first 2 years of the LTP, which was used to support the emergency housing sector, and that's been used working with the Community Housing Aotearoa to support the sector getting good data, getting more data information to help them make good decisions, and a range of activities, including working around the possibility of provision of lockers in the inner city. And I haven't come with all the information with me, but we've got I think the paper actually going up to the committee on Thursday. It's got a summary of of what that's been spent on.
The sector is not directly going to the homeless, it's going via the sector for support activities.
Correct,
Thank
Councillor.
you.
Councillor Darby.
Thank you, and thanks to Councillor Lee. Just reiterating the point about engagement with the Heart of the City and the City Centre Advisory Board, taking into account that $2 million that came from the City Centre ratepayers. Look, main thing is I'm encouraged to see that, yes, we have a lot of data, and I thank you, Rohan and Karaina, for this work, but it may be necessary to review some of that to update it. I gather that's what you are doing. And I'm particularly pleased, and I want to make note of this, that you have expanded this definition of homelessness. Well, you've probably always had this definition, but you've expanded it into our consciousness, that this issue is also people living in garages, uninhabitable basements where you're sleeping next to the jack studs, garden sheds, caravan parks, and I'm hearing that there's a lot of homelessness in caravan parks. They're actually not homes in caravan parks, it's homelessness it's a displacement to the caravan park because of homelessness. So are we likely to be getting a read on all of that? Is that data in, or is it maybe going to be re-investigated as part of the review? I'm just wanting to get my understanding of that review scope.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, it's difficult to answer that question. We'd have to go and look to see whether the data that we're drawing on differentiates if you're interested in people living in caravan parks specifically, or whether they group everyone living in temporary accommodation, which is what they class caravan parks to include. So, but I just want to reiterate, our work is focused on policy responses around the question rather than trying to gather more data. We're drawing on the data that is in existence that's available to us.
Okay, then that makes it clear. So just the last question really is this work likely to identify, entities and agencies other than council that might be responsible, and to identify the limits of council?
Through the chair, yes, I think that's an inherent part of this work, and so we've been putting together sort of systems mapping to understand what roles different organisations are currently playing in relation to homeless people in all of those 4 types of homelessness, and certainly we'll be looking to see where the gaps are or where there are opportunities which fit well with the kind of role that the council can play.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Critical question, Councillor Darby, and I think that answers Councillor Lee's question. We fund the research and the bringing together of the agencies. We fill the gaps. We're not a service provider, and I think that's a really important differentiation to make. Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to build on the question that Chris Darby was asking. And the question is really about how focused your recommendations might be. When I look at what we put in the Auckland plan, and it's set out in the paper under section 13, substantially raise living standards for all Aucklanders and house all Aucklanders in secure, healthy homes they can afford. Yeah, that's aspirational, and, it's important to be aspirational. But the real question is how we can make a difference. And I want to thank you for the work that you've done here, and also Councillor Casey for her long-term advocacy on behalf of the homeless. But I think that what we want to do on council, is focus where we can make a difference. We're putting in several $1 million one way or the other, and that's helpful, but it's a drop in the bucket if you're talking about 20,000 homeless Aucklanders. I think the more useful figure in the 2013 census, and I don't doubt it'll be much higher now, is the 771, which are people living without shelter. And just wanted to draw the attention to the committee that the program that we're working with the housing providers for, which are Vision West, Affinity, Link People and the Auckland City Mission and LifeWise, is going to be focused on the people who are living without shelter. And what they've asked us to do is to be, one, advocates, and your database that you've collected together will help us advocate for the wider problem, but secondly, they want us to coordinate. And, you know, I think we can work with central government. They're putting up $4 million for Housing First. Housing First is the philosophy that I think most people believe is the most appropriate one to deal with the chronically homeless. And if we can act in a coordinating role with those 4 separate agencies, then we could make a difference at the worst end of the problem. And what I'm really asking is that going to be kind of the focus of what you come out with, or are you going to go much wider than that?
Through Madam Chair, I think the answer is both. I think that we certainly want to focus on that group, that 771 group without shelter that you're talking about. There is a lot of investment from ourselves and from government into that, and we really need to have the assurance from looking at evaluations that that is the right thing to be doing. The indications are absolutely that it is, but I think it's good to confirm that. But then we feel that it's important to consider the less visible Aucklanders who are also homeless, and partly because we need to think about preventing future homelessness, and that people aren't just cycling through different forms of homelessness, and then so that in effect it's a funnel that we can't that we can't stop. So I think we need to be focused, as you say, but also take the broader view as well.
And my supplementary question through you, Madam Chair. Obviously in Hamilton we've got the People's Project, which is a model of how Housing First is working, where, you know, a year out, 93% of those people that were chronically homeless with drug and addiction and debt and psychological mental health problems, they're focusing on those. Are you looking at that as a model for what we can do as Auckland City in terms of making a difference on the problem? So it's not that we've got tens of millions that we can put into it, but we can make sure that the money is going into it is properly coordinated. We can collect data, we can monitor how the programs are working, and we can advocate to government to put the resources where they can be best spent.
No, yes, absolutely, that is within the scope. Yes.
Thank you.
And just to be assured, we've spent time with Jackie and Julie and the team in Hamilton to make sure that we're all talking the same language. Member Wilcox.
Yeah, so I've got a few questions, and I suppose number one is the scope is the management to improve the experience of homelessness. I'm just a bit concerned. Is homelessness an experience to be improved? I would have thought the thing of homeless is not to be homeless. There's no improvement in, or are there different degrees of homelessness?
So through the chair, I absolutely take your point. And so a key focus is trying to reduce and end homelessness, obviously. But we feel that it's important to consider the experience of people who are homeless at the moment, because we know that this is not something we can fix immediately. So we think we have to consider what the needs are of people who are experiencing homelessness at the moment.
So, yeah, like I say, I've got a couple of questions. So then the scope of this work that you're doing, you're obviously working towards a point where you're actually going to have to do more as we graduate along the line of we're being successful or we're not being successful. Is this, have I got it right? Because, I mean, if we're just trying to, go to step one, that's fine, but then there's another level again. So will this be an evolving plan, kaupapa?
Through the chair, I think that depends on what we find during our evaluation. So we might find that the areas that we're currently focusing on our activities on are absolutely the right ones, or maybe they are the right ones, but we also need to extend those into some other areas. So at this point in time, we're trying to clarify the scope. It's hard to predict what that future picture is going to look like.
So my second series of questions refers to we have done something. We had the RSSG. Where have we learned from that?
Through Madam Chair, so the RSSG is the Rough Sleepers Steering Group, which is a coordinating group which has representation from council as well as some public sector organisations and some community sector organisations. And perhaps I can turn to Graham to make some comments on that, if I may.
Yes, certainly, through the Chair. So the Roughs, I'm not quite sure what the question was, but the Roughs Sleeping Steering Group was set up to focus primarily in the central business district and the question of responding to rough sleeping in the CBD. So it's been extremely useful in terms of being a basis for all those key agencies, the District Health Board, Ministry of Social Development, Housing New Zealand, Corrections, Council in a coordination role to come together to coordinate a response, and particularly working with the City Mission and LifeWise in this area as well. So it's been useful, as the Mayor mentioned, with the rolling out of Housing First across the region. It may be that over time the role of the Rough Sleeping Steering Group actually changes to take a broader region-wide view, but that needs to be worked through with the wider sector.
So bottom line is, have we seen an outcome that's good out of the RSSG?
Through the Chair, yes.
Okay, I'd like to see that in a later time, Madam Chair. And finally, we gave $1 million to the Ministry of Social Development. Yeah, what did that get spent on? Good question.
Through the Chair, the $1 million you're referring to is a contribution towards the Housing First initiative. So the Mayor mentioned previously about the $4 million towards the Housing First initiative, which is a request for proposal for providers that was sought through the MSD in July last year. Initially they had a $3 million budget, and we've contributed an additional $1 million towards that, which has brought the total up to $4 million.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Anyone wish to speak to the recommendations directly? No? We'll put, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a growing problem, which is not news for anyone, and an ultimate solution does not yet to be in sight. Part of the problem in terms of the inner city, which I can talk about, was that the night shelter, which had been operating for many years, was closed a couple of years ago and demolished. And the people who used it had little alternative to go to. And of course those people have been growing in number. Auckland is the only city, I understand, in New Zealand, major city, that does not have a night shelter. Most cities around the world have them, just as Auckland did have one. And so it seems to me that while we can spend quite a lot of money on OPEX, we do really also need to focus with the government and with the other agencies on CAPEX, on providing a roof over these people's heads like there was before, at least. And the way things are going, there'll be more to look after. So I think we have to be very careful in terms of programs that, well meant as they are and humane as they are, that we are not inadvertently normalising homelessness. Homelessness should not be tolerated in terms of our role and our leadership position. It is a moral blight, and we need to work very hard to tackle the problem at core. It's a huge problem, but the one aspect I think we should focus on is actually getting a roof over these people's heads so that they don't have to sleep in the street. It's a simple goal. It may be hard to achieve, but I think when this organisation is talking about thousands and thousands of new buildings in Auckland, I think we need to also realise that Band-Aids are not going to solve this problem, that we need to think about how these people are actually physically housed until they can move on and get permanent housing. I'll just make that point. Thank you.
I'm sure that will be discussed, Councillor Casey, at your committee by the people who work directly with homeless, who have some slightly different ideas about that. So I'll put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Casey, for your ongoing leadership in this area. It's awesome. Moving on to, and thank you, team. Ryan, appreciate your awesome work as well. Item number 18, fluoridation. Now we've got, members, we've got three, yep, 1, 2, 3 submissions, which I'm going to suggest we do 18, 19 and 20. They are retrospective, and sadly this kind of thing happens with the time frame that we're given, and when the government puts out consultation over Christmas and there's no one here, we actually have to get together and at least get a council voice. So not best practice, not everyone included, humble apologies, but we needed to have a say. So we've got Megan and John here. I think Megan, fluoridation, John, the other two. I'm going to move that these three be accepted retrospectively, seconded by Councillor Clow as a clump. Any questions? Councillor Casey.
Well, it talks about the attached submission, which isn't. So
the addendum.
So we
have. I take it everybody except me then has read it because it's online. Is that right?
They were circulated, so they're part of the agenda, and I think they have been circulated separately as well. So they've had a few rounds trying to sort of catch people over the last few weeks. Okay, anyone else wish to? Councillor Darby and Councillor Walker.
Thanks. Just on the electric vehicles consideration, there's some good points that Auckland Transport make there, and maybe members haven't got to read that because it is pretty dense, some of those addendums there that's accepted. But it's very interesting looking at the request for some feedback there from local government and other agencies by government, but it actually fails to define at the very outset what an electric vehicle is. So it sort of says to you, what sort of base are they coming off? They don't understand the difference between an electric vehicle or a plug-in electric vehicle, and there's a vast difference, and I hope they are talking about the former category.
Point of order, this might be the next item.
It's
we're
bundled.
doing all three of them together. Yep, they're bundled, so we're taking questions of clarification.
I'll still second it.
Okay, yep, you have it as second. I guess the issue, councillors, is we can clarify, but they've gone, so,
they have gone,
you know.
But I'm just speaking to the bundle, okay?
Fair enough.
And I just note that Auckland Transport have smartly pointed out to government that allowing electric vehicles, that's truly 100% electric vehicles, not just plug-in electric vehicles, would be problematic, accommodating them in special purpose lanes, that is bus lanes and HOV lanes. We've already got bus lanes that are congested. We've already got some HOV lanes that are already congested. And to put plug-in electric vehicles, that is the hybrid version, and some of those are actually not that efficient. To put those in special vehicle lanes is asking for a really big problem for Auckland. And it appears that they have failed to distinguish between electric vehicles and the other. And when you put a plug-in electric vehicle or an electric vehicle in a bus lane, it is near impossible for any enforcement officer to identify the difference between an electric vehicle going up there or any other sedan car that is in private ownership. But the one thing that this submission didn't pick up, the most sought after electric vehicle in New Zealand today is the electric bike.
In 2014, 2,900 brand new electric bikes were sold, and I've just had the figures in for 2015 to the end of December, exactly 10,000 electric bikes were sold, more than 300% increase. Compare that with the number of electric vehicles, pure electric vehicles, which is, it's an absolute smidgen number of electric vehicle cars compared with electric bikes. And I've told this committee before, there's an e-bike revolution happening. It is happening. And when it comes to electric charging stations, which this submission talks about, it forgets entirely about the requirement to consider electric charging stations for electric bikes. This year, we'll probably do, somewhere between 15 and 18,000 electric bikes in New Zealand. It's a runaway revolution, and we're not getting to grips with it.
You are singing to the choir of Casey and Hulse on this one. Hands up, anyone who e-biked here today? Yep. So, good point, Councillor, and we can amplify that when we go and present our submission. Councillor Walker.
Sure. Can I have my vote recorded against one of the bundle, which is the fluoridation amendment bill?
You absolutely can.
I can appreciate it's gone, but...
Yep. No, happy to record that. Member Brown.
So administratively, and I think you're aware, Madam Chair, but certainly officials are, we're going to choose a position of abstaining for the next three matters insofar as not yet having the opportunity to comprehend the reports. So just to stress administratively, insofar as looking forward to reading them and digesting them. Kia ora.
Thank you, and it's appreciated, and I think at a personal level, the acknowledgement that not great process to do things quickly over the holidays, IMSB not included as not councillors, as not local board. Can we feed that back to central government? Please don't consult us over the Christmas holidays. It simply doesn't work. So kia ora and thank you. Member Wilcox.
Yeah, just a minor technical point further to Mr. Brown, and basically it's we had a process where there's a template that says tēnā koe e te rangatira or e te minute or whoever that goes on our submissions, and we've used that template now for yonks. I just wonder why we didn't use that template as opposed to just using the hello or thank you for allowing us to talk. And I know it was done kind of roughly and quickly, but I know that template does exist, and we have used that for quite a while. Either use the template or ask for a mihi to be placed on our submission. I mean, I just want us to get up to best practices. There's only 2 Polynesian cities. Auckland is one and Honolulu is the other, and I know everything that comes out of the government of Honolulu always says aloha at the start.
Thank you.
Noted. Councillor Lee.
Madam Chair, may I speak to the fluoridation of drinking water item?
Yes, acknowledging that the submission has been sent, Councillor.
Has been sent, but so we're... I'll get onto that, but I just want to make the point that I oppose this. The people of New Zealand has been part of our political tradition that local communities who pay for water infrastructure through their rates have some say-so on what goes in their water. And a case in point is the old borough of Onehunga, one of the oldest parts of Auckland. Whenever that community has been asked, they have voted decisively against the addition of fluoride in their water supply. And what I'm concerned about is that they not only lose that right, but are likely, given government attitudes, to have fluoride imposed on them. Both in terms of process and in terms of what is likely to happen, I must record my vote against the submission, which I can only assume supports the divestment of the rights of the local community to government bureaucrats and health boards which are dominated by ministerial appointments. Thank you.
Okay, votes recorded, done. Any other comments? I'll put those three. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
Carried, and those are noted for that item. Thank you.
And myself.
And abstention
Yes,
for
thank you.
those. Yep, I think for the three, hey? Yep, all good. Okay, so moving on to the next item, which is the appointment of the governing body representative to the Forestry Liaison Group. Now, I've not been inundated with people wanting to put their names forward. I did ask Councillor Sayers. I thought he is a local body representative with a lot of forestry in his area. You're not keen on this one, Councillor Sayers?
Well, I think I got asked by a note passed around to me this morning, Madam Chair, but I just want to keep that opportunity open for a councillor who, or if there are any other councillors that might have a little bit more technical knowledge than I do in that area, maybe a little bit more of a political, oversight or ambition in that area, and and also think about the continuity of knowledge, Madam Chair, through that as well.
Okay,
So
well,
I'd just be interested to know if there were any other councillors interested in looking. I know that there'll certainly be two representatives from the Rodney Local Board on that liaison group.
I wonder, Councillor Casey, would you like to do that? I just thought we might mix it up a little bit and actually have a woman do this. I don't think we often get women representing us on anything like this. So, councillors, is there a
Chair,
who's keen?
I'll volunteer.
Councillor
If
Cooper, that's
nobody else, I think it's
awesome.
important. I mean,
It is. I think it's an important one. Councillor Cooper, and would someone like to be Councillor Cooper's alternate on that? Councillor Quacks.
Fantastic.
Who is now Councillor Quacks? Councillor Todd. Well done. I'm happy to move those two, Councillor Cooper and Councillor Quacks. No problems.
second that.
Good. Thank you. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Excellent. Now, the James Wallace, I've had Councillor Clow nominated to do
I'll second.
that, and Councillor Casey's going to move, and Councillor Cooper will second. Any discussion?
Yep.
Councillor Casey?
Yeah, I was the member of that joint liaison body, and I was actually the deputy chair with Sir James. I came off of it because of the Liston Village issue. I felt there might be a conflict of interest because my need is for Liston Village to stay, whereas the TSB, James Wallace Arts Trust, would support the grander entrance. So rather than it was easier to come off. So I think Councillor Clo's been doing a great job, and I fully endorse his continuation.
That was
on
done at
there.
our Arts Committee.
Madam Chair, does it need an alternate if it's only one person?
Is it, in your experience, does it need an alternate? No?
No.
Good. Done. I'll put that. Oh, hang on. Yes, no, we have moved and seconded. I moved. Councillor Casey moved. Councillor Cooper seconded. Councillor Clow, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. The next item is item number 23, which is our information report. Now, councillors and members, I do apologise. We did have a little change of process with this. The appointment to the council's weed management political advisory group is part of the information reports because the mayor had put forward his recommendations, and this was for our information. I'm going to suggest, given the points made by Hannah Blackmore, which, many of which I think need some time to be unpacked, I'm going to suggest that the first meeting of the group, seeing we've got 6 councillors, 6 local board members and our IMSB members, that we actually have a good thresh around of some of those issues that Hannah raised with us. The mayor's made it clear that he's happy with the 6 councillors and the additional 4 local board members. So we've got 6 local board members, and that's the process as we see it. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. I'd just like to put on the record that I take an outstanding interest in this issue. I led out the weed management policy with Councillor Coney in a previous term. It's of some concern that there was no approach to myself. I would have at least provided some continuity from the previous political governance group. If you make an assessment around matters to do with expertise, continuity, a range of things, I would have thought that somebody would have at least had the good grace to ask me. I didn't put myself forward for the Forestry Liaison Committee, which is an item that has had some political input around this table. As much and all as I might have some expertise in that area, I've got far more around the issues of weed management and an abiding interest. So I'd certainly put my name forward now. It's also of concern that this is a group that obviously deals with weeds across parks, many of which are within local boards, and the representation on the part of local boards is, frankly, woefully inadequate. So I've got some very real concerns around how this process has been conducted, and I don't think it's sufficient just to put it off to the group itself. It really is a matter for a committee of council such as this to consider.
Okay, so the process that we adopted, which was in the was agreed to by the previous council, was that the mayor would appoint. The mayor has appointed. He's done it on a geographic basis, and for your part, for your area, Councillor Watson was put forward. I guess if you wanted to swap with Councillor Watson, I guess that might be acceptable to the mayor, but he's really clear that he's happy with the names that have been put forward. They've been carefully selected, and he's not prepared to change.
Just by way of response, I do note that there's often the refrain that we're elected as councillors for Auckland. Councillors for Auckland. There is the matter of geography, but I'm putting myself forward as a councillor for Auckland. I grew up in various parts of Auckland, went to work in various parts of Auckland. I might happen to abide and be elected from a given ward, but I'm actually elected, and I swear an oath, to Auckland. So I put that on the table. And frankly, I think that we need to grapple with some of these issues from a governance perspective. Otherwise, we succumb to appointing patsy committees and, frankly, not addressing matters that go to accountability, responsibility, authority, good governance, and I could go on. This is a group that many people in Auckland take an interest in, of which I'm one, and I have an interest, and I'm putting that interest on the table to this committee.
Okay. Remember, this is just a for information item, and that might be an issue you might like to take up with the mayor.
I'll certainly do that.
I just want to make it clear that Councillor Stewart has kindly agreed, so she's on the list, and she's very kindly agreed to keep her name on that list. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been listening to Councillor Walker, and I just wanted to know about the sort of terms of reference. Is any councillor able to turn up to the meeting and input, even if they're not on the sort of decision-making political working party? Is that how it works, or is it just those people and nobody else?
I think probably in the first instance, given that it's sort of an expanding group, I think it would be really good if we could just get that working party as it is underway, and and get on with it. There's an awful lot of going round and round in circles, and this is a new term of council. I've led, well, exactly, councillor. I led housing. We've got the Mayor's Housing Task Force set up. I'm not on that. We move on, and so that's just how life is. Councillor Cashmore.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And this is always going to be a little bit problematic. I think what's important is this working party is iterative. It will start, I would imagine, getting some consensus, getting some ideas, testing some thoughts with our local board colleagues, and then progressing forward. And it may want to include greater representation from the community or the interested parties or other councillors. I wouldn't stress about it just yet.
No. Okay. So that's good. It's a for information item. I think anyone else? Oh,
Yep.
Councillor Watson?
Yeah, thank you. And just a general comment to begin with, and not necessarily applying specifically to this item, but every so often appointments like this come along for a number of areas, and we all know that there's councillors around here who have a degree of expertise or interest or passion in things, and I think the practice in the past certainly has been to accommodate those individuals, whether we agree with their stance or not. I know I certainly am. So if someone takes an interest and it means something to them, I'm more than happy to see that person appointed, because I think we need to utilise our expertise, and we've all got it in some shape or form in some area. So I know you mentioned my name there, Madam Chair, and certainly I know from my working with Councillor Walker that if anyone has got an expertise or a passion in this interest, it's him. So if push comes to shove, I certainly will defer to him. I have that similar interest, I must admit. I've taken a real interest in it. But I think it's important to involve council, no matter what their ilk as far as pro or anti or whatever, because that's the representation of the public interest or input that's often missing. So if it does come to it, I will defer to him, because I know that if anyone should be on it, it should be him, and I would suspect most people sitting around this table know that. Thank you.
Okay, and I think that's a good discussion for you to have with Mayor Goff. Councillor Casey.
It's a shame the mayor's not here, because I would quite like to have said this to him. It can only be read as a punishment not to have Wayne Walker on this committee.
Councillor, hang on. Councillor, the mayor's not here.
No,
He's
I would
asked,
have said it to him if he'd been here, though.
I know, but he's not here, so it's preferable
One of
not
the
to
best
imply
things you can do if you want to promote issues is to match people's passions with the issue. There's absolutely no question, if you asked all of us in the room who has been the most passionate about weed control, weed management, it's Wayne Walker. And for him not to be on this, the only message it's giving him is he's been a bad lad and we don't want you anymore. And I'm really sorry about that. And I know it's an information item, but I would like to move that the mayor considers Wayne Walker as an appointment to this working party. We can do that.
I'll second that.
No, hang on. We can't at this stage, but I think what we've had is that Councillor Walker and Councillor Watson will take this up with the mayor, and I think that's entirely appropriate. So I think that's good.
I can move that.
Well,
and I will
Councillor,
second, Madam Chair.
we haven't got. This is not an actual item, so it's a for information item. We don't have. It's not an
This
item
issue
we're being
is important to the
to
whole
make a
of
decision
Auckland,
on.
as you heard Councillor Walker say.
Yes, it is.
And I didn't know that the mayor was making these appointments. I didn't know that until I saw this.
So I think it's entirely. We just need to breathe through this. If Councillor Watson and Councillor Walker have undertaken to resolve this with the mayor's office, I think that's a really good way forward.
I think that as a committee, we can give the mayor a message that is that we would like Wayne Walker to be a member of that. It's just that it's an in-principle thing. He can say, no, I'm in charge here, or he can say, yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's been made clear. I think we'll leave it to the councillors to talk that through with him.
So
and
what
if anyone
standing
wishes,
order are you using not to accept my amendment?
Well, Councillor, it isn't actually on an agenda item, so,
I didn't get a chance to input into whatever this decision was, though. This is the only chance we've had to have a discussion about it.
It's also Chair's discretion.
Mayor's decision.
It is the mayor's
Let's
decision.
be inclusive.
Mayor's decision.
Okay. Councillor Newman.
Oh, Madam Chair, I just want to seek clarification from you. I understood that the For Information report, the second bullet point under para 3, includes the appointments to the Weed Management Advisory Group, whatever, of which I'm not interested in being part of, but I commend those who are, including and Councillor Walker, who has expressed an interest in it. But if para 3 bullet point 2 addresses this particular group, is it possible for the recommendation to be amended to say, receive the report, information report, and request that the Mayor give consideration to.
Yeah.
Just to try and tie this off, because otherwise I fear that we're going to spend 10 minutes going round in circles on this.
It would be the first time we've gone round and round in circles. I mean, I'm happy to meet with the Mayor, with Councillor Walker and Councillor Watson, and, you know, share the discussion that we've had. I don't know whether a recommendation is going to make a blind bit of difference. The critical thing is that if the meeting is of a mind to say to the Mayor, can we have one or both of those councillors, that's the discussion that needs to happen with the Mayor. I think a debate around whether we have a recommendation or not is actually a waste of our time. We can make it known to him that that's what we've discussed, and it's up to him to work out how he wants to do. Mr Deputy Mayor, do you have wisdom on this?
As I said, the Chair is giving an undertaking to approach the Mayor with Councillor Walker and Councillor Watson to canvass this issue. Boom.
Done. Councillor Collins.
Sorry to add to this. I'm not actually convinced that that's the way forward, because from what I was hearing from Councillor Watson, he was saying if push comes to shove, and I don't know that that's necessarily him saying I'll happily vacate. And so I guess what I'm saying is I would support either a much more generic approach to the discussion, or the recommendation that Councillor Newman is making, just so that it's clear that Councillor Watson isn't saying, yeah, okay, if it's not me, it'll be Councillor Walker. I don't know that that's where that part of the discussion sits.
It's an open discussion.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I'm not making any recommendation. I'm just,
I
observed that Councillor Casey did, and I think that just needs to be tied off, but it's up to you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I think this is just getting really messy. The advice that I'm having from both sides here is we just need to take this up with the Mayor. It's for information item, and that's the clear guidance that I'm getting, and I think that's fine. I undertake to do that with the councillors involved. We couldn't be clearer. So let's move on to our next item, which
Councillor Fletcher had a hand up.
Yep, that's just it is. So well, hang on, we just need to, just for safety's sake, so which one are you doing there? The information. Yep, so we're moving no, we're just moving the acceptance of these, that we receive the report, myself and Councillor Filipaina, and then we're moving on to the next item, which is the confidential item.
You haven't put it.
And
you haven't put it.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not going to vote for it. I'm not receiving that report.
Madam Chair, I had my hand up.
Sorry, Councillor.
Madam Chair, I do not wish to delay this meeting. However, I sit here as a councillor making decisions on the whole of the region, and I'm sympathetic to the concerns that are being expressed on that count with regards to the Weed Advisory Group. If it is of any assistance to you in your discussions with the Mayor, I am willing to forgo my position on that group to enable Councillor Walker to sit on the group. So I am giving that to you just in terms of an offer and assistance for finding a pathway forward.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Hopefully it won't come to that, but that's very generous. Okay, so let's move on to the confidential. So we haven't put it to the vote. That's right. I keep getting interrupted.
I'll have my vote
I'm
recorded
going
against.
to. I did put that, and we heard Councillor Casey say no. Sorry, we didn't put it. I'll put that again. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against.
No. Recorded.
No and no. And any other no's? Casey and Walker. No other no's?
Yep.
And Watson? Okay, good. We've got those. We're clear. Thank you. But it's carried. Deep breath. Are we ready? The exclusion of public. And we've got two issues to discuss, and they both concern the acquisition of land for open space. And because these obviously discussing matters involving purchase of land, we'll do it in confidential. Moved Councillor Filipaina, seconded Councillor Fletcher. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. And